works, and even in the setting of a hurricane.
A great and timely final.
A drone's eye view of the aftermath of Hurricane Laura. Extensive damage in parts of southwest Louisiana. Shopping centers ripped to shreds. Telephone poles littering the streets like fallen dominoes. Many Gulf Coast communities stunned by the ferocity of the storm and now face a massive cleanup ahead. Deadly devastation, at least 6 people killed from falling trees, winds topping 150 miles per hour. The hurricane making landfall as a Category 4. 500,000 customers now without power in Louisiana, where the storm's heading at this hour. A tale of 2 incidents. The teenage murder suspect accused of firing into a crowd of protesters, killing 2. What he said just moments before the shooting. And police now give their version of what happened before an officer shot Jacob Blake 7 times in the back. We'll break down the video. Player protests. NBA players agree to resume the playoffs a day after walking off the court over the Blake shooting, while emotions run high.
It's amazing to me why we keep loving this country, and this country does not love us back.
The latest on the COVID crisis, more than 180,000 American lives lost, and new questions about the CDC's change of tune on testing. And what's being done to prevent an explosion like this from happening, and what you can do. Ginger Z's in-depth report. And the final night of the RNC, candidate Donald Trump from the White House lawn, ready to slam Joe Biden, as Biden already has words of his own for the president ahead of tonight's big speech.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Lindsay Davis. Thanks so much for streaming with us. To say 2020 has been a surreal year is likely an understatement, so it should come as no surprise that on the night President Trump accepts his party's nomination for a second term at the White House, the real backdrop is a nation in chaos, one of the fiercest hurricanes to strike the U.S. barreling into Louisiana, the police shooting of Jacob Blake in Wisconsin sparking an unprecedented sports boycott, and let's not forget the toll of COVID-19, the nation now surpassing 180,000 American lives lost and counting. Lots to get to tonight on this, the final night of the Republican National Convention, but we begin with Rob Marciano in Louisiana and the hurricane cleanup that's just getting underway.
Tonight, Laura driving inland after making landfall on the Louisiana coast in the middle of the night. The storm packing 150-mile-per-hour winds, just shy of Category 5 hurricane strength.
This is the eye wall. You can see how visibility is going to 0 now. Flying debris happening.
1:30 in the morning, power just went out here in Lake Charles. The wind is buffeting our hotel. You can feel the building swaying.
Oh my God!
This skyscraper shredded by winds gusting above 100 miles per hour for nearly an hour straight. And outside our hotel,
a lot of glass, a lot of tile. Right now, a lot of wind. But
by 4:30, the backside of Laura was upon us.
There's some sheet metal. Obviously, we're not going to go stand out in that, but this is an amazing view of just how ferocious these winds are here on the backside of this storm. 120.
Kyle Ricks riding it out inside a towboat. You can hear the wind howling. Those whipping winds flipping this RV. West of Lake Charles, rescuers cutting a hole in the side of another overturned trailer, saving a man and his dog trapped inside. Daylight revealing the catastrophic destruction.
The amount of damage around Lake Charles is just incredible. Some of the winds from Hurricane Laura took upper floors of this hotel and ripped it to shreds.
Roofs ripped clean off buildings. Trees snapped like twigs. This communications tower mangled. A mile-long freight train derailed. A fire breaking out at this chemical plant west of Lake Charles. Chlorine gas and smoke billowing in the air. Residents warned to shelter in place. Across the state, at least 6 people now confirmed dead. But with many areas hard for rescuers to reach, the full casualty count remains to be seen. In Texas, an army of first responders heading towards the heart of the storm zone. Governor Abbott touring destruction east of Beaumont.
When you consider the magnitude of the damage that could have occurred here, we did dodge a bullet.
Back in Louisiana, we met Kim Eagleson and her daughter Carlissa.
It was a roller coaster.
Terrifying.
Terrifying.
Thankful to be alive, their home severely damaged. Luckily, they were staying next door.
When they say mandatory evacuation, get out while you can, listen, get out, because this happens.
Rob Marciano joins us now. And Rob, this is not quite over just yet. I mean, tell us what we can expect now that the storm is moving inland.
It's going to move across much of the east, basically, Lindsay, and we're not done with it by any stretch. It's still weakening, but it's still strong and still packing a lot of rainfall and a lot of thunderstorms that could produce tornadoes, and that's what we're seeing tonight. Flash flood watches and warnings over much of Arkansas. It's pretty much centered just southeast of Little Rock, and there's that tornado watch up for a time in western parts of Mississippi, and the flood watch pushes up into the boot heel of Missouri because that's where it's going next. So we'll look for more heavy rain tomorrow and through Jonesboro and through Paducah, getting across Memphis as well. But notice those arrows are coming out of the south. We do expect to see some moisture out of the Gulf of Mexico, and we may see some thunderstorms pop up. Unfortunately, right down here in the storm zone, it's not obviously what they need or want on day 2 or really day 1.5 of this recovery. All right, we're now just now getting into the peak of hurricane season, so that means we remain busy. We have 2 other items to watch here in the Atlantic Ocean, but they have some time to get across to the U.S., and perhaps Mother Nature this go around will cut us a break. The damage here, Lindsay, is truly remarkable. I mean, behind me is a cell tower that came crashing down during the storm, one of many. There's towers down all over this place. Came through an office building and this Golden Corral restaurant, and this entire street is lined with utility poles that are down. I mean, it's going to be weeks before people get power back, and nobody went unscathed here. Nearly every home has some sort of damage. Some are completely unlivable.
Yeah, that damage behind you, just incredible. And Rob, of course, you've written out some really big ones. How does Hurricane Laura compare to some of the previous storms that you've covered over the years?
Well, I had a very similar track to Hurricane Rita. It came in the middle of the night like Hurricane Rita did. And if you're not familiar, Hurricane Rita was back in 2005, the very busy hurricane season. It came after Katrina, and it came right up the gut of the Texas-Louisiana border at night, and it was terrifying experience, I can tell you that. That was a little weaker than this, so a lot of people here related this storm to that and didn't evacuate because they said, I dealt with Rita, no problem. And those people who did that and rode out the storm, not one that I've talked to has said that they would ever do that again. So this really doesn't compare in that regard because it's stronger. And I can tell you this, the damage that I've seen, I've never seen a hurricane produce this sort of damage because it cut across a city. At the strongest part of a hurricane cut it across a city, and it was nearly a Cat 5. So it is truly like a tornado just went through. The wind damage here is absolutely frightening, and it's going to take them months, if not years, to recover. This town, unfortunately, and it's a special place for me, this town is going to be permanently scarred by Hurricane Laura.
Wow.
Lindsay.
All right. Rob Marciano, at least we're thankful that you and the crew are safe, and we appreciate your reporting. We turn now to Kenosha, Wisconsin. A teenager who allegedly shot and killed 2 people who were out protesting the police shooting of Jacob Blake has now been charged with 5 felonies, including first-degree homicide. Tonight, new video of that teen, Kyle Rittenhouse, explaining what he was in Kenosha to do. And we're also learning new details about the police officer who fired on Jacob Blake. ABC's Alex Perez has more from Kenosha.
Tonight, new details on the teenager investigators say showed up in Kenosha armed with a rifle and allegedly opened fire on demonstrators protesting the police shooting of Jacob Blake. Authorities arrested 17-year-old Kyle Rittenhouse in nearby Illinois for his alleged role in Tuesday's shooting that left 2 dead and 1 injured. Police identified him as the man seen in this social media video during protest that night.
So you guys are full on ready to defend the property? Yes, we are.
This graphic video capturing the chaos. A crowd appears to be chasing the armed man when he falls to the ground and starts firing. As police approach the scene, Rittenhouse can be seen with his hands up, but he's never taken into custody.
When I've been in a shooting before, in situations that are high stress, you have such an incredible tunnel vision.
But some raising questions about that moment in light of Jacob Blake's shooting and insensitive comments made by the Kenosha sheriff in 2018 after 5 black people were arrested after allegedly stealing and causing a collision. The sheriff saying there are some people that aren't worth saving. He later apologized. Late today, Kenosha police saying they arrested 9 people for alleged disorderly conduct after apprehending 3 vehicles with out-of-state plates that were filled with gas masks, illegal fireworks, and suspected controlled substances. Authorities also releasing new information in the shooting Sunday of 29-year-old Jacob Blake. Authorities now identifying the officer seen in that disturbing video as Rustin Shesky. When Blake appears to lean into the driver's side, Shesky pulls his shirt and unloads 7 bullets in his back. Authorities say they were called because a woman claimed her boyfriend, who wasn't supposed to be there, was on the premises. Authorities have not said Blake was that person. Investigators also say Blake told the officers he had a knife. Authorities say that knife was found on the floor inside his car. A federal civil rights investigation has now been opened into Blake's shooting, which is still under investigation. Shesky and 2 officers now on administrative leave.
We're joined now by Alex Perez. So, Alex, what do we know about the charges against Kyle Rittenhouse, and what's next in that prosecution?
Well, Lindsay, we just got some new information. Prosecutors charging the 17-year-old with 2 counts of homicide and 1 count of attempted homicide. There's an extradition hearing to bring him from Illinois back here to Wisconsin. That's scheduled for Friday morning. Lindsay?
And we also heard tonight that Jacob Blake might be in handcuffs in his hospital room despite suffering from severe injuries.
Yeah, that's right, Lindsay. According to family, he's paralyzed from the waist down. His father very emotionally confirming that when he visited his son was handcuffed to the hospital bed. Still no official word from authorities as to why exactly he is handcuffed, but the family very upset about that, Lindsay.
Okay, Alex Perez, thanks so much for your reporting again. A reminder, Jacob Blake was not visibly armed at the time that he was shot 7 times in the back. In the case of Kyle Rittenhouse, you see him holding a long gun, being chased by 2 people before falling to the ground and allegedly opening fire. Bystanders shouting to police afterwards that he just shot them.
Hey, he just shot them! Hey, dude right here just shot them!
The 17-year-old is now charged with murder, but that night, police drive right past him as he walks toward them with his hands up, that long gun dangling from his neck.
Someone injured straight ahead.
The shooting of Blake has also created chaos in the world of sports. The NBA playoffs grinding to a halt last night as players walked off the court refusing to play. Other professional sports leagues joining in that boycott as players said enough is enough following another act of violence against Black Americans. But will the games go on? Adrian Bankert has the very latest.
Tonight, unprecedented action as players from all of the pro leagues walked off the court and the field. The NBA now vows playoff games will go on, though postponed by a collective boycott following the shooting of Jacob Blake. The season initially appeared to be in jeopardy as star LeBron James demanded to cancel all remaining games. He says this fight is personal.
Having, 2 boys of my own and me being African American in America, and to see what continues to happen with the police brutality towards my kind, it's very troubling.
Major League Baseball and the WNBA postponing games, the NHL pausing their playoffs, NFL teams canceling practice.
We haven't seen this before in our lifetime. We've seen folks protesting, we've seen folks raising holy hell, and justifiably so, but we haven't seen players walk away from performing their job duties as professional athletes. We haven't seen that.
When asked, the president said he believes people are, quote, a little tired of the NBA.
But I know their ratings have been very bad, and that's unfortunate. They become like a political organization, and that's not a good thing. I don't think that's a good thing for sports or for the country.
Vice President Joe Biden calling the administration's words divisive.
Trump knows but won't acknowledge. There's a lot of these men and women have had brothers, sisters, husbands, wives who have been victimized just because of their color.
And talks continue between NBA players and its owners on a path forward. Meantime, new tonight, the NFL and its players releasing a joint statement saying they will continue to call out racism and injustice and work together to eradicate it. Lindsay?
Our thanks to Adrian for that. And for more on this, let's bring in David Aldridge, editor-in-chief of The Athletic DC. Thanks so much for joining us tonight.
My pleasure.
Now, we saw that frustration boil over yesterday, starting with the NBA as players walked off the court and then spreading throughout the sports world as games were postponed in multiple sports. What are you hearing now from NBA players and coaches as far as how they're approaching what to do next?
Well, you know, they're going to meet with the owners of the teams on Thursday afternoon and try to lay out specifically what it is they want from the teams in the league going forward. The league's already, and the owners have committed $300 million towards various social justice issues, but the players, I think, want even more meat on the bone and want to see some specifics, whether that has to do with the election or going forward or addressing legislative actions as the Bucks had asked of the Milwaukee or the Wisconsin State Legislature. They want specifics about what owners are willing to do and what the league's willing to do going forward.
After George Floyd's death, there were questions from some players on whether finishing the season even made sense, but they wanted to be able to use their platform to speak out on cases like Breonna Taylor. So what's your sense now? Do the players still think that they can have an impact in getting some action on addressing these cases of police violence, or is there a feeling of resignation?
I think it's a little bit of both. I think some of the players are frustrated that all of the work that they put into it and the league put into raising social justice awareness still winds up being overwhelmed by this latest shooting and this in Kenosha. And there was a frustration there, a real frustration amongst the players, the sense that they don't think anything's being accomplished. And they wanted to kind of recenter people's focus and attention. And I think they felt like walking out on Wednesday and then Thursday is the only tool that they had to really kind of recenter the focus of the nation on the things that they thought were important.
I'm sure you've seen this video. Just want to play it for those who may not have seen LA Clippers coach Doc Rivers, what he had to say earlier this week.
We're the ones getting killed. We're the ones getting shot. It's amazing to me why we keep loving this country and this country does not love us back.
So emotional, and you similarly were emotional on your podcast about when you were talking about being tired of people pretending like it's the same for everybody as these things continue to happen to Black Americans specifically. How are you processing all of this personally and the role of sports and these young players in tackling these systemic issues, and is it too much pressure on them?
Well, I mean, I think we're all handling it hour by hour, really. You know, it's difficult. The players, you know, range in age, obviously, throughout the gamut of the league. And some of the young players haven't had to deal with anything like this, and it's new to them, but it's also new to older players. I mean, none of us have dealt with this kind of, you know, national reckoning in the midst of a global pandemic. It's a pretty solid 1-2 punch, right? And it's very difficult to kind of process everything that has happened as a result of that over the last few months. So you do it the best that you can, but you don't do it consistently and you don't do it well all the time, but you try to do the best you can. And I think that's what the players are doing. They're trying to come up with solutions and be relevant in this discussion to the extent that they can, while also being competitive people at the top of their profession who want to try and win a championship while they're down in Orlando.
For so many Americans, sports are an escape and a place for entertainment. How difficult do you think it'll be for players in these leagues to ultimately return to that and work through this in the days ahead if they do return to the court?
It'll be difficult. It won't be easy. There will be some players who still may not feel like they should be there, frankly. But I think that they will get through it I think what they have come to understand, or most of them have come to understand, is that their power is in their collective voice. It would be very different if you had 400 disparate voices around the country saying this, as opposed to one unified, solid voice of 300 players in Orlando saying the same thing over and over again. That's what they can do. That's really all they can do. And hopefully with the help, maybe additional help of the owners of the teams in the league, maybe they can do a little more.
David Aldridge, we thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thank you.
And coming up tonight, President Trump will make his case for re-election on the final night of the Republican National Convention. And with Wisconsin still reeling, the president with a message to the country tonight about why he is best suited to restore law and order to the country. But the Biden campaign is pushing back on that claim. ABC's chief White House correspondent Jonathan Karl has the latest.
As President Trump prepares to take stage at a White House transformed for the Republican convention, he is facing three crises. Hurricane Laura battering the Gulf Coast, a pandemic that has now killed 180,000 Americans, and violence in Wisconsin following the police shooting of Jacob Blake. Against that backdrop, the president is making law and order the central message of his re-election campaign.
We will put out the fire. We will put out the flame. We will put out the vandalism, because the vandalism and the looting is ridiculous to allow this to happen.
Mr. President, in touch with the family reaction to it? Thank you.
But the president today ignored questions about Jacob Blake.
Mike Pence.
Blake's name was not mentioned a single time by Vice President Pence when he echoed the law and order theme at the Republican convention.
We will have law and order on the streets of this country for every American of every race and creed and color. The hard truth is, you won't be safe in Joe Biden's America.
Biden, who had been laying low during the convention, emerged on cable TV to hit back.
The problem we have right now is we're in Donald Trump's America. And what's he doing? He's kept pouring gasoline on the fire. This happens to be Donald Trump's America. Donald Trump's America.
He cited a comment this morning from Trump advisor Kellyanne Conway.
The more chaos and anarchy and vandalism and violence reigns, the better it is for the very clear choice on who's best on public safety and law and order.
He views this as a political benefit to him. You know, he's rooting for more violence, not less, and it's clear about that.
Later, Biden's running mate Kamala Harris made it clear the Biden-Harris ticket is not defending violence on the streets.
We must always defend peaceful protest and peaceful protesters. We should not confuse them with those looting and committing acts of violence.
Jonathan Karl joins us now from the White House, where the president will be speaking later tonight. Set the scene for us, John. I mean, from our vantage point, those chairs appear to be really close. It doesn't look like people that we see, at least, have masks on either.
It's quite a scene here, and you're right, the chairs are very close. They're not right next to each other. There's a little bit of space, but far short of 6 feet. And I see some people with masks here on the South Lawn, but most of them without masks. And I just got to say that just the scene in general, I never thought I would see the South Lawn transformed into the stage for a political convention.
We saw President Trump ignore questions earlier today about Jacob Blake and no mention of his name last night. What's the campaign saying about whether the president will address his case directly tonight?
Well, they had said earlier this morning, a spokesperson for the campaign, that the president would address it and would mention Jacob Blake. But later in the day, that same spokesperson said everything is very much up in the air. So stay tuned.
We'll have to wait and see. All right. The president, of course, the major speech tonight, the headliner. But what other speakers are you keeping an eye on, John?
Several that are interesting. Alice Johnson, of course, who got a pardon from President Trump, is out of jail because of President Trump. Also, the congressional leadership, Kevin McCarthy, Mitch McConnell. But look for Dan Scavino. Dan Scavino used to be the caddy for President Trump, Donald Trump. That's how he met him. And he was one of the first employees of the Trump campaign. He is the person behind the president's Twitter and Instagram and Facebook accounts. He never speaks in public. This is a very rare appearance, and he may be the most powerful person in this White House that most people have never heard of.
The man responsible for those tweets. Okay, Jonathan Karl, thanks so much.
Thank you, Lindsay.
And joining us now, Acting DHS Secretary Chad Wolf. Thanks so much for your time, and we appreciate you joining us.
Well, thank you.
Of course, the Department of Homeland Security oversees FEMA right now. What's your biggest concern as coastal Louisiana and Texas communities move into recovery mode at this time?
Absolutely. I think our biggest concern at the moment is making sure that we get folks out there to do assessments. We also need to get the power back up and running. And then as the storm continues to move north throughout Louisiana, we're certainly concerned about that flash flooding throughout the state and on into Arkansas as well. So a number of concerns. We're keeping a very close eye on it, not out of the woods yet. And so we'll continue to do our job, not only at FEMA, but also we've got a whole of DHS response. We've got Coast Guard assets. We've got Customs and Border Protection assets, as well as DOD and others. So it's really a whole government approach.
And are you able to safely shelter people who may be displaced for an extended period of time given the pandemic?
Absolutely. Well, FEMA's been thinking about this for some time, for several months. We sent out guidance, COVID-related guidance regarding responding to natural disasters several months ago. And so FEMA's been working with emergency managers around the country for them to think about these issues. So when we talk about moving people into shelters, we're encouraging states, and Louisiana and Texas are certainly doing this, trying to move individuals into hotels before shelters. But if we do move them into shelters, make sure that we have that social distancing and spacing. So again, FEMA's been hard at work on this for several months and have been talking to emergency managers around the country.
Now, in his August 8th executive order, President Trump moved up to $44 billion from FEMA's disaster relief fund to support the administration's COVID-19 lost wages assistance program. Are you confident FEMA has all the money that it needs as this record-setting hurricane season appears to show no signs of slowing down?
Absolutely, and I just talked to FEMA Administrator Pete Gaynor about this morning. We have all the resources that we need at this time, certainly to respond to Hurricane Laura, but as well as others. So we'll continue to monitor that, and of course we do that in close coordination not only with the White House but with Congress. But as of right now, there's no concerns.
Turning now to the situation in Kenosha and the largely peaceful demonstration since the shooting of Jacob Blake on Sunday. In an interview with the Federalist Wednesday, you said individuals have the right to protect themselves and their businesses, and fault lies with those local leaders and local law enforcement not doing their job. A video shows Kyle Rittenhouse, the white teenager who's alleged to have shot and killed 2 people Tuesday night, saying he was there to protect property. Are you concerned at all about separate armed militias now interacting with these social justice protests?
Absolutely. I think at the Department of Homeland Security, we're concerned about any violence that's occurring around the country, any extreme violence. And so my comment there, if you had read the whole thing, was making sure that state and local officials and law enforcement do their job so that individuals don't feel like they have to protect their place of business and otherwise. And so what we've seen across the country is perhaps that response has been a little too slow. We need to make sure that we get out there, and once individuals cross that line from peaceful protesting and exercising their First Amendment rights to crossing that line into taking violence into their own hands, law enforcement needs to step up. Local officials need to put law enforcement in a position to step up and have that law and order come back to these communities.
Now, just this week, President Trump announced his intention to nominate you as Secretary of Homeland Security. This came just days after the Nonpartisan Government Accountability Office released a report saying that you're not eligible to serve in your current role as you assumed the job, and I quote, in an invalid order of succession. After the DHS requested the report be rescinded, the GAO reaffirmed its decision then last week. Now, if this nonpartisan government office found you shouldn't be holding your position, what's next? What are your plans?
Well, we've responded to the GAO in a 6-page letter. I should note that it took them 274 days to come to this conclusion. It took the department about 3 days to respond to their findings. The Homeland Security Act, just really briefly, the Homeland Security Act gives the Secretary the sole discretion to designate her successor, in this case, Secretary Nielsen. She did that a number of different ways, not only the order of succession, not only swearing in her successor and sending out an email to 250,000 men and women of the Department of Homeland Security. So we disagree with GAO's assertions and will continue to operate within our authorities and within the law.
And lastly, ABC News has obtained an internal memo sent this week to DHS employees reminding them to not engage in any partisan political activity. The memo warns employees not to conduct, quote, any political activity while on duty or while in a government room, building, or vehicle. Tuesday night at the Republican National Convention, a video played of you conducting a naturalization ceremony there in the White House. And that's drawn some criticism for violating the Hatch Act. You know, you were aware the naturalization ceremony was going to be used in the Republican convention, I assume. Do you think that it was appropriate, especially given that at least one of the immigrants says they did not know that the video was going to be used?
Well, what I can tell you is that DHS and USCIS specifically does hundreds, if not thousands, of these naturalization ceremonies every year. So it's absolutely right and it's appropriate for DHS officials, including myself, to participate. I was able to participate in another naturalization ceremony in Denver just yesterday. And again, this is an official White House event uploaded to a YouTube channel. Any organization, any individual, any political party can download that the video and use it as they like. So it's a completely official event, and I've done these several times.
But was it recorded by the RNC or was it recorded by the White House?
Well, you'll certainly have to ask the White House and the RNC that question. I know from a DHS perspective, I'm there to administer the oath of allegiance to the candidates for citizenship in that case, and then obviously eventually citizens. And we do that every day at the Department of Homeland Security.
Acting Secretary Wolf, thank you so much. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
And when we come back, the unbelievable video you have to see to believe. The people swimming in the ocean, the 8-foot shark, and the Coast Guard crew member who sees it and opens fire. Remember this? Ammonium nitrate exploding and destroying parts of Beirut. Tonight we examine why some say the rollback of regulations could be putting parts of our country at risk. And more questions about the changes to the CDC testing guidelines. Stay with us.
Welcome to Disney Plus. Are you ready? Drop in and explore. The action, the adventure, and the originals. There's no limit to what you'll find. These are your worlds. So come on, dive deeper into the universes you love. Wherever and whenever you want them, you'll find them all here on Disney Plus.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any place else. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir.
We have made it through another week together.
America's most watched program across all of television.
I am so excited to be the new host of Dancing with the Stars. Monday, September 14th, we'll be back in the ballroom live. It's going to be 10! And you will not believe who's dancing this season.
Dancing returns September 14th on ABC.
Back now with the coronavirus and a grim new milestone. More than 180,000 American lives have now been lost, with 1,000 new deaths each of the last 3 days. And tonight, another apparent shift in messaging from the CDC on virus testing that has some governors pushing back. ABC's Steve Osunsami is at the CDC in Atlanta.
Despite a world of criticism, health officials at the CDC are trying to clarify their new testing guidelines from 3 days ago, when they quietly announced on their website that if you've been exposed but don't have symptoms, you don't necessarily need a test for COVID-19 in most cases. This evening, the head of the CDC is responding to the fire and defending the decision, saying that everyone who wants a test does not necessarily need a test. Public health experts say it's enough to make your head spin.
This shifting policy back and forth is undermining the credibility of the messages from the CDC and confusing people.
Several states that are finally seeing the good side of their COVID numbers say they won't be listening to the CDC and will continue to order tests for anyone who is exposed, even if they have no symptoms.
With respect to the CDC, no, that is not the policy guideline that we will embrace or adopt here in the state of California.
In a joint statement tonight, the governors of New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut say they're not following these guidelines either. They accuse the administration of substituting sound science-based public health guidance with the president's misinformation and say that it's widespread testing that has helped them reduce infections. The president is being accused of ordering these guidelines to bring down the total count of COVID-19 infections in time for Election Day, which the White House says just isn't true. A White House official does say that there's a backlog of tests, that these new guidelines would mean fewer tests, which would help solve that problem. Lindsay.
Lots of confusion with the testing. Our thanks to you, Steve. Still ahead here on Prime, the COVID air scare. The passenger who found out he tested positive for the virus shortly before taking off. What happened next? We've heard so much about mail-in ballots and the possibility of fraud. We reached out to state officials running the elections in all 50 states. We report back what we heard. And the president professes the need for law and order. We crunch the numbers on crime. But first, our tweet of the day, the jaw-dropping reality of student loan debt in America.
Let me speak, ancestors of the great warrior Mulan, the loyal, the brave, the true.
For my family, reason I breathe, and everything to lose.
I left home to take my father's place.
The girl became a soldier. The soldier became a leader. And the leader became a legend.
I'm Hua Mulan. I will never give up.
Disney's Mulan, rated PG-13, streaming September 4th, directed by Nikki Caro. New single, Loyal, Brave, True, performed by Christina Aguilera. Movie available to Disney Plus subscribers who unlock Premier Access.
Welcome back, everybody. As cities like Kenosha, Wisconsin roil with violence and unrest, President Trump repeatedly proclaims himself the pro-police, quote, law and order president, and says we will not be safe in Joe Biden's America. Violent crime has been sharply declining over the last 25 years during both the Trump and Obama administrations. But this summer, some types of crime have been spiking. We take a closer look by the numbers. Overall crime is down 5.3% from last year in America's 25 largest cities, based on FBI data and an analysis by the New York Times, with violent crime down 2%. But oddly, murder in particular has recently spiked 16% compared to last year in America's cities. In New York City, shootings surged 114% in just 1 month from June to July. In Chicago, homicides are up 39% from last year. And turning to police violence, 751 people have been killed by police in the U.S. so far in 2020, according to Mapping Police Violence, while 62 police officers have been killed in the line of duty in that time, according to FBI data. And we still have lots to get to here on Prime. The warning from Putin. Could Russia actually intervene and stop protesters from toppling their government after election watchdogs called a sham? We have an update on this week's unemployment benefit claims. When will we reach the economic bottom? But first, here's a look at some of the trending stories on abcnews.com.
Welcome to Disney Plus. Are you ready? Drop in and explore. The action, the adventure, and the originals. There's no limit to what you'll find. These are your worlds. So come on, dive deeper into the universes you love. Wherever and whenever you want them, you'll find them all here on Disney Plus.
Italians, they're the past. We're the future.
We're the damn Roman Empire.
Hey!
Well, for years.
What are they? Decorative?
We're warning to the other rats. Are we good?
You tell me.
This is America, sir. Last time I checked, not Soviet Russia.
Fargo, September 27th on FX. Next day, FX on Hulu.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any place else. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir.
We have made it through another week together.
America's most watched program across all of television.
A good wife must be graceful, invisible, elegant.
I'm Hua Mulan.
Mulan, rated PG-13, streaming September 4th.
Tropical
Tropical storm Laura moving into Arkansas now with heavy winds, rain, and the threat of tornadoes along for the ride. The massive storm that hit as a Category 4 in Cameron Parish, Louisiana, left a trail of damage to homes and businesses and knocked out power to more than 700,000 customers in the state and nearby Texas.
Texas's Governor Greg Abbott toured some of the hard-hit areas in the state.
We dodged a bullet. It could have been far worse.
I was actually prepared to postpone the speech tonight and make it on Monday. I was going to Texas, I was going to Louisiana, maybe Arkansas, but now it turned out we got a little bit lucky. It was very big, it was very powerful, but it passed quickly, and so everything's on schedule.
The Federal Reserve today announcing a change of plans to bolster the economy during the pandemic, planning to keep interest rates near zero, even if inflation goes over 2%. Meanwhile, another million Americans filed for unemployment benefits last week.
A slight drop from the prior week, but still a figure that continues a staggering stretch of layoffs. The number of new claims for unemployment has topped 1 million most weeks since late March.
Russia says it's ready to step into Belarus as protests continue against the longtime dictator.
Putin told state TV that for now Russia sees no reason to intervene, but he said he had created a reserve of security forces that could be sent in if protesters occupied buildings or used violence. He said Russia, though, believes the crisis in Belarus can be resolved peacefully and without any Russian intervention.
The coronavirus scare on board a Ryanair flight overseas. The plane about to take off from London to Italy. Authorities in hazmat gear boarding to remove a passenger and companion. Moments after a text message revealed that passenger tested positive. The airline says everyone on board was wearing masks.
A harrowing encounter caught on tape. Shots ring out as a shark approaches a group of 40 Coast Guard members.
All swimmers enter the dock.
After setting on a mission to stop illegal fisheries, the group taking a moment to enjoy the beautiful weather, opting for an afternoon swim when...
We just heard shark. Sure enough, there is a shark in the water, and it is swimming towards about 30 or 40 of my shipmates.
Ready for the bow.
Crew members racing to get out of the water, attempting to climb back to the ship or board nearby boats.
Turn back.
It was a crew member, Samuel Cintron, making the call to shoot, firing a few rounds into the water, trying to scare the shark away.
I wasn't willing to risk the lives of my shipmates. I made the call and I engaged it.
As the shipmates look on, one last call for action on the deck.
The Unicorn.
Thankfully, all members of the crew making it back aboard safely, including the Unicorn floating, the shark eventually swimming away unharmed.
With the GOP convention wrapping up tonight, we will officially enter into the general election season, just over 2 months until Election Day. The election will actually start much sooner for millions of Americans who plan to cast their ballots by mail in the coming weeks. President Trump has repeatedly raised doubts about mail-in ballots as the Postal Service as well as states have come under scrutiny on whether they'll be able to handle the unprecedented volume. So Pierre Thomas took a closer look at what's fact and what's fiction when it comes to voting by mail.
With COVID-19 killing roughly 180,000 people and infecting more than 5 million, voters are looking for the mail as a safe way to cast their ballots. But even that common sense notion has been highly politicized.
This is the greatest scam in the history of politics.
Why is this an issue that you're concerned about?
I think there are a host of opportunities for fraud, obviously, when it's directed by mail.
But is fraud really a real concern in voting by mail? There's little hard evidence and data to support the president's assertion.
Over 80% of Americans live in states that have committed to letting every eligible voter cast a ballot by mail in November. So it's not something kind of new or crazy. It's been something that people in this country have been doing for over a century.
ABC News reached out to elections authorities in all 50 states for their assessment of Trump's claims. Of nearly 30 secretaries of state and election board officers who provided on-the-record responses, none expressed doubts in their state's ability to protect the integrity of their elections this November.
There is no widespread voter fraud. Vote by mail is extremely safe, and we have the safeguards in place to make sure that we would catch any double voting. What vote by mail does is actually make us more cyber secure, because Russia cannot hack a mail ballot.
But beyond questionable allegations of fraud, in recent days, questions have been raised about whether votes by mail will actually get to their destination to be counted in time. And these images of mailboxes being carted away by the truckload, and reports of overtime for postal workers being slashed, and of mail sorting machines being decommissioned have added uncertainty about voting by mail.
My last question is this.
Thank you.
What the heck are you doing?
The Postmaster General, a Trump supporter who gave a significant amount of cash to his campaign, under fire by congressional Democrats.
Are your mail delays implicit campaign contributions?
These types of questions. I'm here to represent the Postal Service. It has nothing to do with, all my actions have to do with improvement into the Postal Service.
Mr. DeJoy, is your backup plan to be pardoned like Roger Stone?
Oh, God. Pitiful.
You have 2 seconds to answer the question.
I have no comment on that.
The Postmaster General backed off any more changes to how the mail is delivered until after the election. But mistrust remains, and the Speaker of the House said the scrutiny will continue.
They felt the heat, and that's what we were trying to do, is to make it too hot for them to handle.
The House voted on a $25 billion bill for funds to shore up the Postal Service, but it's been sharply criticized by Republicans and appears dead on arrival at the Senate. But Postmaster General Rudy Giuliani maintains that ballots by mail will be delivered on time, despite a potential surge in mail-in voting.
I encourage all Americans who choose to vote by mail to request their ballots early and to vote early.
The debate has led to questions about whether there may be a delay in knowing who won a particular state.
You're not going to be able to know the end of this election, in my opinion, for weeks, months, maybe never, maybe years, but maybe never.
A lot will depend on whether states will allow mail-in voting to be counted before election night.
The most important thing is to get the vote counting right, not necessarily to get it done quickly. 5 battleground states, Florida, Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, all permit absentee mail-in voting with no excuse required. Several states extended their ballot request deadlines, while in states like Michigan, mail-in voting ballot applications are being sent to all voters. Some Republican secretaries of state seem a bit worried about fraud in voting by mail, just not in their state.
We recently saw what happened in Paterson, New Jersey, where 4 people have been indicted because of vote-by-mail fraud. Now, in Alabama, we have a situation where people can vote by mail, but it's through the absentee process. It's much safer and much more secure.
But election officials say how quickly the vote is counted is not an issue, and a winner will be known in a timely fashion. And for those showing up at the polls to vote in person, the key will be whether state officials are prepared with the pandemic looming. State officials say they're ready. 39 states permit some form of early voting, which could help many avoid long lines and to stay socially distanced.
The mail-in ballots are great and it works just the same, but there's something about the act of casting a vote. It's patriotic to me.
The CDC recommends mask wearing in polling places and that shared polling equipment be disinfected between uses. Even still, the president has raised the specter of sending law enforcement to the polls, something critics say can amount to pure intimidation.
Are you going to have poll watchers? Are you going to have an ability to monitor to avoid fraud and cross-check whether or not these are registered voters, whether or not there's been identification to know that it's a real vote from a real American?
We're going to have everything. We're going to have sheriffs, and we're going to have law enforcement, and we're going to have, hopefully, U.S. attorneys.
And some secretaries of state say having police at the polls is illegal.
Say you have a unpaid parking ticket. That should not stop you from casting a ballot. And the use of armed or in uniform police at polling centers is a tactic that we know is used to suppress voters of color. And I just think that we can't stand for that anymore.
Pierre Thomas, ABC News, Washington.
Our thanks to Pierre Thomas. And still to come, our in-depth look at the regulations preventing what happened in Beirut from happening here.
now could be a good time to have another baby.
Are you crazy? I'm in love with you. Now that I said it out loud, it does sound weird. Please stop.
When I see you were so fine, I had to remind myself to breathe. I feel something when I see you.
Let's do this.
How's your quarantine going?
Savage Kingdom. New episodes Fridays at 9 on National Geographic.
Now to that chemical fire in southwest Louisiana after Hurricane Laura plowed through overnight. Officials warning nearby residents to close windows and shelter in place. There are no reports of any injuries, but sometimes these fires can lead to much worse. Beirut is still in recovery mode weeks after that massive chemical explosion left at least 180 people dead and thousands more injured. And as the Trump administration pushes to deregulate, some worry we could be setting ourselves up for a Beirut right here in America. Ginger Z explains.
Hi, I'm Ginger Z, and it's not too late. I don't know about you, but even weeks after the explosion in Lebanon, the video is still jaw-dropping. And in case you haven't heard, that blast in Beirut was an accident. An accidental ignition of 2,700 tons of ammonium nitrate. Ammonium nitrate, the chemical that's used in fertilizer, mining, and bomb making. Now, very few people in Lebanon even knew that it was there, at the port, right next to 360,000 people that live in that city. A lot of you might feel like when you see something like that, it seems so far from home, so impossible, like that's never gonna happen here. Well, unfortunately, that's not true. We had our own devastating blast in 1947, Texas City, Texas.
Here comes another explosion. Folks are running in the street.
It still stands as one of the deadliest industrial accidents in our nation's history, and one of the largest non-nuclear blasts in world history.
Two explosions only seconds apart go off with the force of the Nagasaki atomic bomb.
2,500 tons of, yes, ammonium nitrate ignited when a ship docked in the port, killing almost 600 people, injuring thousands of others. Ammonium nitrate is also the same chemical that killed 14 people and injured more than 100 others in 2013 in that major explosion in West Texas.
Yeah. Oh, you okay? You okay?
I can't hear.
Come here.
I can't hear.
And there are homes leveled, there are businesses leveled, there is massive devastation.
That time, the Chemical Safety Board investigators found that 40 tons of ammonium nitrate had been improperly stored in plywood bins. The ATF said that it was intentionally set on fire. 7 years now, and officials still have not caught whoever is responsible. After that incident, the Chemical Safety Board found that there were insufficient federal and state laws to keep any of us at a safe distance from the storage of ammonium nitrate.
After West Texas, you identified 1,351 facilities with ammonium nitrate. Where are they? Tell me.
So I don't know where the 1,351 are. I can tell you that from that report, we do have a map which localizes where most of those facilities are.
You heard that right. The Chemical Safety Board can't tell us exactly where they are, and that's not because the government isn't paying attention. There's a long list of agencies, including the Department of Homeland Security, that regulate the storage of dangerous materials, like ammonium nitrate. What they're trying to do is prevent those materials from being used by terrorists and protect us from people who might target the facilities.
At the time of the 2013 report, there were 19 other Texas facilities storing more than 10,000 pounds, located within a half a mile of school, a hospital, or nursing home.
We just can't know which schools, which hospitals, or which nursing homes. Our country, since 2002, has imported the third most ammonium nitrate of any nation. But because it can be used to make explosives, the government is pretty protective about where it's coming into the country and where it's stored.
And we produce a lot of ammonium nitrate too, consistently in the top 5 worldwide. In 2017, the U.S. made more than 1.3 million tons and imported 278,000 tons.
We have almost 12,000 registered hazardous material facilities, according to the EPA. Now, 82 of those facilities put 1 million or more people at risk in worst-case scenarios. After the West Texas fertilizer incident, the Obama administration tried to put more regulations in place. That would require facilities to do more to prepare for the worst-case scenario. But those still didn't disclose ammonium nitrate facilities. So the Trump administration, on top of all this, has delayed the deadlines and changed requirements for those added regulations anyway, citing security risks and concerns that the regulations could make more information too public. This map highlights the states where the highest concentrations of ammonium nitrate are stored. So you can see it there: Missouri, Tennessee, a lot of the Southeast, and definitely Texas. Texas is the state with the most investigations done by the CSB, and it has a long history with chemical accidents. I already told you about Texas City and that disaster, but then there was the 1995 warehouse fire in Houston's Pleasantville neighborhood. That thing burned for weeks. They couldn't put it out. And in 2018, when Hurricane Harvey dropped feet of rain, a chemical fire started at the Arkema facility. First responders got sick and sued, alleging that Arkema didn't properly prepare or respond to the storm. The lawsuit is still ongoing. And just last year, when the ITC fire broke out in Houston, smoke filled the sky, and part of the city had to shut down. Now, Chief Royal, who works for Harris County, says that after that accident, they're taking action.
We learned a lot. One of the things that we're doing, very proud of what we believe to be the first ever hazmat pre-plan initiative.
Their new program started March 1st and had to pause because of COVID. It's going to take years to get to more than 1,800 facilities in Harris County, but they are dedicated to doing it. There's also one big reason that Chief Royal says Beirut won't likely happen there.
Ammonium nitrate is not allowed into the Port of Houston complex. It's not allowed to be offloaded and stored in a warehouse or storage facility near the Port of Houston.
Chief Royal also explained to me that Houston is like the donut hole of Harris County, so its 95 chemical facilities run by different rules. The Houston Fire Department told us that the city requires those facilities with large amounts of hazardous materials to submit plans and be inspected for potential fire risks, and they don't allow them to be built near sensitive areas like hospitals or schools. So where do we find out how and where the dangerous chemicals are stored? And how do you know if they're near you? Well, you can start with the EPA's offerings. You fill out the Vulnerable Zone Indicator System form. It sounds really long, but it's actually super easy to fill out. Then they're going to send you an email back to tell you if you live within a risk area. If you get a report back that seems alarming, you can then go one step farther. You can make an appointment with your local EPA's reading room. That's what it's called. You go to this website and you find where your reading room is based on your state. They can then, when you make your visit, show you how much of an impact a chemical accident might have in a worst case scenario. They have computer modeling and they can show you all of this, but you can't keep it on a hard copy. It is sensitive information, so you just get it right there in the room. It's still, though, after all of this, is not going to tell you about ammonium nitrate facilities. That information is still handled by state and local emergency planning committees or your local fire department. So if there is a lot of ammonium nitrate being stored near you, like in Beirut, you just can't find out. But since that terrible accident, the calls for change and increased regulations are growing.
Although I know we're dealing with very different quantities from Beirut to West Texas, the videos are almost the same. We want to make sure that people are aware of what's in their community.
So we're all in it together. So as residents or citizens, do your part, get involved, learn what's around you, learn how to access that information.
I'm Ginger Z, and I promise it's not too late.
Our thanks to Ginger for that. And before we go tonight, our image of the day, standing in solidarity. WNBA players linking arms as they discussed why they would not be playing again tonight. All of them wearing matching shirts that read, "Arrest the cops who killed Breonna Taylor." And that is our show for tonight. I'm about to switch sets and be joined by Tom Yamas in our Powerhouse Roundtable for the final night of the Republican National Convention. I'm Lindsay Davis. Thanks so much for streaming with us.
Let me speak, ancestors of the great warrior Mulan, the loyal, the brave, the true.
For my family, reason I breathe, and everything to lose.
I left home to take my father's place.
The girl became a soldier. The soldier became a leader. And the leader became a legend.
I'm Hua Mulan. I will never give up.
Disney's Mulan, rated PG-13, streaming September 4th, directed by Nikki Caro. New single, Loyal, Brave, True, performed by Christina Aguilera. Movie available to Disney Plus subscribers who unlock Premier Access.
Another week in America, a country facing a new test now.
The Wuhan airport, almost no one here.
The last flight out of Rome.
This is the nursing home just outside Seattle. Dozens of people were just rushed off this cruise ship.
This is ground zero.
It is shut down.
Another ambulance just pulled out.
Now they're headed to the hospital.
Time is of the essence.
You can see the ship behind me.
This is the first time tests have been done here.
Morning, afternoon, evening, late night, 24/7. ABC News, there for you.
I am so excited to be the new host of Dancing with the Stars. Monday, September 14th, we'll be back in the ballroom live. It's gonna be 10! And you will not believe who's dancing this season.
Dancing returns September 14th on ABC.
Now, with so much on the line, more Americans are turning to David Muir and ABC's World News Tonight than any other program across all of television.
This is an ABC News special. The Gulf thrashed, racial unrest surging, and COVID gripping the country. What is the president's plan? Tonight, he makes his primetime pitch for a second term. Live from New York City and across the country, here now, Lindsay Davis, Tom Yamas, and the ABC News Powerhouse political team.
And welcome to ABC News Live, special coverage of the Republican National Convention, the final night, and so much to break down. Looming over all of this, the pandemic, a deadly hurricane, and Lindsay, it doesn't end there.
It certainly does not. Just two of the challenges President Trump faces as he prepares to address the nation. The sports boycotts continuing now for a second night. Players taking the protest for social justice far beyond the kneeling that enraged the president.
And at the beginning of this convention, Republicans promised optimism, but for many of the speakers here, they've tried to make the case against Joe Biden, in doing so, painting a dark picture of what would happen if the president loses in November. And tonight, the president takes the stage for his speech as the pandemic, social unrest, and the aftermath of the storm is everything that people are talking about right now.
And tonight, we're going to hear from the president himself, Ivanka Trump, and other members of Republican leadership, including Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell and Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy. Our Powerhouse Roundtable is with us in New York, D.C., and across the country. But let's start in the storm zone and the trail of destruction being left behind by Hurricane Laura. Our Matt Gutman, you rode out the hurricane on the Texas-Louisiana border, Matt, and have been surveying the damage with the Cajun Navy all day. Describe what you've been seeing.
A lot of scenes like this, Lindsay. You know, we tend to think of a hurricane and the storm surge that's associated with it. But this really was just a pure, almost pure wind event. It's almost as if 1,000 tornadoes dropped down on this part of Texas and Louisiana where we are right now. I mean, you can see what these are. These are rail cars, and this goes down half a mile in this direction. I'll have our cameraman Tom point the other way, and a half a mile in the other direction as well. And Lindsay, each one of these rail cars weighs 65,000 pounds. It's an unbelievable amount of force that has lifted all of these rail cars up and heaved them right on their side. And that gives you a sense of what it can also do to homes. And riding with the Cajun Navy today, we got a sense of how difficult the logistics are for rescuers here. There are bayous and streams and roads that are completely impassable because power lines are down. In fact, we went past a checkpoint that was the farthest that anybody had gone today. The sheriff deputy manning the checkpoint told us that utility companies hadn't been down there. Rescuers hadn't been down there. They're wondering where FEMA is, where everybody is, where the help is. The Cajun Navy tried to get past there, but they didn't have the right boats. And so there are areas in the southern part of this parish that the sheriff told me he hadn't laid eyes on until he flew over it with a helicopter that was donated by the governor. And they still haven't made a full assessment of all the homes in some of the towns and 7,000 people to the southern part of this parish, right where the storm hit on the coastline. And seeing what the toll is there and if there are any people missing, that could still take days, Lindsay.
Just unreal damage. I mean, it looks like you're on a Hollywood set there. And speaking of logistics, I mean, this is the first major natural disaster that's happened during this pandemic. What can you tell about how that's impacting this?
You know, there hasn't been a lot. Obviously, I carry a mask, various kinds with me everywhere I go, but we haven't seen almost anybody in the storm zone here in Louisiana carry a mask. Nobody's shaking. People are shaking your hand or trying to, and they say, we don't care about COVID right now. And that's because folks here have lost a lot. They were hit by Hurricane Harvey, then Tropical Storm Imelda, now this. They're tired, and it seems they don't care about COVID anymore, as if the hurricane has made it not exist. Hopefully there isn't an outbreak, but obviously officials have been concerned about renewed outbreaks here and in the eastern part of Texas as people seek shelter, families and friends join each other in evacuations and huddle together in groups that haven't been together for quite some time. Lindsay?
All right, I'll pick it up, Matt. A pandemic and a hurricane, it is a lot to deal with for the folks down there. Matt, we thank you for that report. Let's bring in Chief White House correspondent Jonathan Karl. Now, the president at FEMA headquarters today, just hours before his big speech. John, first tell us about the president's response to this storm, but also he's making headlines tonight for what he didn't say.
Well, the president said that he considered delaying this speech tonight because of the hurricane, but ultimately decided that he could go and he could visit the region over the weekend, get the briefings from FEMA, and go forward with his speech tonight. He was asked about what happened in Kenosha, the violence, the shooting of Jacob Blake. He did not answer those questions, though. All he addressed was the violence and the protests that happened afterwards, condemning the violence, but nothing about the police shooting, Tom.
And John, you know, as we hear you just report that, I'm sort of struck by what we see behind you. This is the first time we've seen this shot. You're at the White House during a convention, and it looks like a massive rally just behind you.
Tom, I'm practically speechless here. I have been covering the White House on and off for 2 decades. I have seen senior White House officials refuse to even comment on political campaign issues because they thought it would be a violation of the law to do that from White House grounds on White House time. And here we have the entire south lawn of the White House transformed into the hall, the venue for a national political convention. You see the Trump-Pence signs, you see all the pageantry, you see the delegates, all the Trump supporters who are here. I've never seen anything remotely like it.
All right, Jonathan Karl, thank you so much for that. We'll continue to check in with you throughout the night. Let's bring in White House correspondent Rachel Scott, who's at a protest near the White House at Black Lives Matter Plaza. The name Jacob Blake only coming up one time so far on our count during a prayer during this convention. Rachel, what's been the president's reaction to the shooting of Blake and the protests? And has his response been any different than we've seen in the past?
You know, Lindsay, the president has a history of being silent when it comes to the shooting and the killing of black Americans, and it is that silence and the lack of action that prompts the outrage that you are seeing behind me. People gathering right here in front of the White House as the president gets ready to accept the Republican nomination for re-election. Now, in the past, we have seen the president comment on George Floyd's killing, for example, which did spark nationwide outrage. He called that terrible, but the president also leaned into his law and order message, calling on the National Guard into states. We saw him also attack protesters, calling them thugs, saying that when the looting starts, the shooting starts. Now, a White House official tells me that efforts have been made to connect the president with the family of Jacob Blake. There is no update on that at this time, but these protesters behind me say they no longer want words, they want action from this president. Lindsay?
It's difficult to hear from you because obviously what's going on in the background, but do want to just ask really quickly, last night Vice President Pence mentioned Kenosha, but not the name Jacob Blake. Do we have any sense if the president is going to take a different approach tonight?
Yeah, Lindsay, that speech to Vice President Mike Pence's address was made in the final hours to address the unrest in Wisconsin. Trump campaign officials tell us the president does plan to address some of the rest spilling out nationwide, but no word on whether or not he will say the words Jacob Blake. Lindsay?
All right, Rachel Scott, thanks so much for your reporting. Stay safe out there. We want to bring in the communications director for the Trump-Pence campaign, Tim Murtaugh. Tim, thanks so much for joining us tonight.
Sure, happy to be with you.
So let's stay on that topic. How is the president going to address the racial unrest in this country? And specifically, will he say anything about the multiple shootings and deaths of black Americans at the hands of law enforcement that have provoked so much outrage?
I'm not going to get ahead of the president on specific details of the speech that I think he might still be working on. But I know that the president will mention unrest and how it has spread from city to city across the country. And as you know, over the course of the last several months, the president has been outspoken in that he really, really wants to see a return to law and order. And he has repeatedly offered help to governors and mayors in the states, these cities run by Democrats. And in some cases, the Democrat mayors and governors have refused the offer of assistance, but the president is determined to see that people remain safe in their communities, and he is also, with executive orders and in supporting legislation in the Senate, working on real police improvements and making sure that we have safe communities and safe policings. And I think there can be no mistake that the president wants the streets to be peaceful, and he also stands with the men and women of our law enforcement agencies and wants to support them because they are laying their lives on the lines as well to protect our communities.
And we've heard the president's law and order message about protests that have turned into violence, which the Biden campaign has also denounced. But what's the president's message to people of color, like NBA coach Doc Rivers, who said just this week, "It's amazing to me why we keep loving this country and this country does not love us back"?
Well, first, I would point out that Joe Biden hadn't said anything to denounce the violence until yesterday. And this has been going on, in the case of Portland for almost 3 months. And Biden didn't say anything about it until it started to affect him in the polls, is what I saw one commentator on CNN say. But with regard to the president's record, I think the president has really an excellent record that black Americans can look at. And the way really that you lift people up is to improve and expand opportunities. And that's exactly what the president has done. Before the pandemic hit, black Americans had hit an all-time low in unemployment in the history of this country. The president has also dedicated more money to historically black colleges and universities than any president before him. It also enacting bipartisan criminal justice reform. No other president was ever able to get that through. And this is very important. School choice. School choice is very important to help children get out of failing schools so they are not trapped in failing schools. There's another key difference between the president and Joe Biden. Joe Biden opposes school choice and would keep kids trapped in failing schools because the teachers union opposes that. And Joe Biden is in the hip pocket of the powerful teachers unions and won't do anything without their permission.
But again, just want to go back to the original question as far as how the president addresses people like Doc Rivers and the disproportionate number of black people who are getting killed by police.
The president addressed that a few weeks ago when he signed executive orders, and he's also expressed strong support for Senator Tim Scott's legislation. The president's aim is to have safe policing and safe communities, and he understands that people in all communities must know that they're going to be receiving fair and equitable treatment. Every citizen, regardless of who they are, what color they are, or where they live, should expect that when they encounter the police, they would be treated the same way as every other citizen. The president knows that, and he also knows that no one hates a bad cop worse than a white cop hates a bad cop, or I'm sorry, worse than a good cop hates a bad cop. And so the point is the president wants to really make sure that our law enforcement officials have the tools that they need and are doing the job in protecting our communities.
Tom Yamas here. Tonight, Joe Biden in an interview said this about the social unrest on the streets and the president. He said, quote, he views this as a political benefit to him. He's rooting for more violence. He's encouraging this. He's not diminishing it at all. This is his America now. What's your take on that quote?
That's absurd. First, Joe Biden has said nothing over the course of the last 3 months until yesterday. Didn't say a word about it. No one said a word about it during the entirety of the Democratic National Convention last week. And I don't recall any Democrats being pressed on discussing the violence running through all these cities across the country during their convention last week. The president has been firm, has sent federal law enforcement officials into the cities, into Portland, has offered them to other cities around the country. Most of the time, the Democrats have rejected that assistance. They would rather poke a finger in the eye of the president and score some political points and shore up their anti-Trump bona fides for their Democrat colleagues than accept the assistance from the federal government. It is President Trump who has made every effort to quell the violence that we have seen in Portland and Seattle and Minneapolis and Chicago, now in Kenosha. The president is determined to restore law and order. So for Joe Biden to take that tack is ridiculous. And again, as I said, Biden hasn't said a word about the violence in the cities across America until yesterday. And it was only, according to a view of Don Lemon on CNN, only until it started to show up in the polls did he come forward and start to say something.
Tim, I want to turn to the pandemic now. The First Lady was praised for her acknowledgement of the pain caused by the pandemic and her tone of what's happened to so many Americans. Today, we crossed 180,000 Americans losing their lives to COVID-19. How will the president address this tonight?
The president is going to lay out precisely what he has done to fight the coronavirus on behalf of the American people. He has marshaled an unprecedented effort between the government and the private sector, leading the world in testing and ramping up the production of PPE and other equipment like ventilators to the levels that has never been done before. The president also acted very early, restricting travel from China. He had the coronavirus task force meeting in January. Remember, at that time, when the president restricted travel from China, Joe Biden opposed it. He said it was xenophobic and fear-mongering. So we know that Joe Biden would not have made that decision, and medical experts, including Dr. Fauci, credit that decision with saving thousands of American lives. So the president tonight will talk about his strong leadership on coronavirus, and he will contrast that with Joe Biden's basement strategy of really sitting on the sidelines and doing nothing but offering useless criticisms.
And lastly, Tim, looking at the scene at the White House, it's quite a different setup than we saw from the Democrats last week. The president tonight packing in hundreds of people on the White House lawn. When the president attended a fundraiser today, the RNC said that attendees had to test negative for COVID in order to be present. Are the same safety precautions being used tonight for all attending the speech at the White House? And if not, why not?
Those folks who will be close to the president tonight will be tested, and the campaign has contracted with a medical firm to oversee all of our testing protocols and the screening protocols there. That firm is headed up, the chief medical officer of that firm is President Clinton's former White House physician. And so he will be making sure, and that firm will be making sure that all protocols are followed and everyone who attends tonight's ceremony will be protected. Masks will be handed out. Their wearing will be encouraged. There'll be plenty of hand sanitizer. And so the precautions are being made tonight. Tonight's event will be safe.
Okay, Tim, we thank you for your time. We appreciate it. I want to bring in Mary Bruce now. Mary, former Vice President Biden has been mostly quiet during the RNC, but today he had some harsh words for the president. And Senator Kamala Harris held a campaign event as well.
Yeah, after spending the week laying relatively low, today we saw both Joe Biden and Kamala Harris come out and fight back after they have heard the president and the vice president all week laying in to that law and order message and arguing essentially that lawlessness will prevail if Joe Biden is elected. Now, last night we heard Mike Pence say that to voters that they won't be safe in Joe Biden's America. Biden today directly took on that, saying that the unrest that you are seeing, these protests and unrest throughout the country, that is happening in Donald Trump's America. Joe Biden saying the problem we have right now is we are in Donald Trump's America. Now, Joe Biden went on to say, instead of tackling these challenges, that the president is throwing gasoline on the fire here, going so far, as you were just discussing, to suggest that the president and his team actually think that this violence may help him politically because it underscores their law and order message. Now, Joe Biden did condemn any violence and supported peaceful protests. But if you look at the bigger picture here, what Joe Biden is also trying to do is to do what the president is not. We have not heard the president or the vice president mention Jacob Blake directly. In fact, last night it was the largest applause line of the night. I was there at Fort McHenry as the vice president gave his speech. And when he was condemning the violence in the street, condemning this unrest, he did not actually address the root causes. He did not at all address the concerns of protesters. And that is something that Joe Biden now is doing directly again. He is telling voters that he and Kamala Harris together will tackle this crisis and will take steps to try and tackle the systemic racism in this country. Bottom line, though, the message that they are sending is that the buck stops with the president. So if he wants to go ahead and condemn this unrest, Joe Biden says that's happening on his watch.
Mary, the race is finally heating up, but that's because we've had two conventions back to back. This pandemic has obviously slowed things down. Joe Biden told our David Muir that he is not going to be holding campaign events. So where does the Biden campaign go from here after tonight?
Well, you certainly will not see a Joe Biden-Kamala Harris event anything like this. Now, they haven't announced any specific events just yet, but just a short while ago, Joe Biden did announce that his campaign plans, if they can safely and based abiding with the local regulations, that he would like to visit several key states, including Wisconsin, Minnesota, Pennsylvania, Arizona. Of course, if they can abide by the local guidelines there. Joe Biden's saying, look, he misses the retail politics. He's someone who is known for interacting with voters. He says he misses shaking hands. He misses getting out there and speaking with Americans across this country. But based on what we're seeing here tonight, you are going to continue to see a split screen campaign here. We know the president likes these big kinds of rallies. And by the way, this feels like a campaign rally. There are about 1,500, maybe up to 2,000 supporters are expected here tonight. There is no social distancing happening behind me. These chairs are packed shoulder to shoulder. Most of the people that I have spotted here are not in masks. And the president likes this kind of crowd. I suspect they're going to find ways for him to get in front of large crowds going forward, while the Biden-Harris ticket are looking for ways to get out there, but I suspect in much smaller settings.
But Mary, real quick before you go, because this does sound like some new reporting here, is this a break or a change from what Joe Biden just told ABC News last week?
Well, Joe Biden has always said that he wants to find a way to get out there if they can safely. They said they are not going to be holding huge rallies, and that continues to be the case. They are, however, looking for ways to get out there in some of these key states, get Joe Biden a chance to interact with some voters, or at least speak to some voters. I doubt you'll actually see any physical interaction between them. So they're trying to find a way that they can campaign, get a sense of campaigning while doing so safely.
All right, Mary Bruce, who we may or may not see on the campaign trail. We'll have to wait and see. Mary, thanks for your reporting. When we return, the best team in politics. You're watching ABC News Live. More on the convention, the final night of the RNC, and the president's big speech. Stay with us.
Let me speak, ancestors of the great warrior Mulan, the loyal, the brave, the true.
For my family, reason I breathe, and everything to lose.
I left home to take my father's place.
The girl became a soldier. The soldier became a leader. And the leader became a legend.
I'm Mulan. I will never give up.
Disney's Mulan, rated PG-13, streaming September 4th, directed by Nikki Caro. New single, Loyal, Brave, True, performed by Christina Aguilera. Movie available to Disney Plus subscribers who unlock Premier Access.
Italians, they're the past. We're the future.
We're the damn Roman Empire.
Hey!
Well, for years.
What are they? Decorative?
We're warning to the other rats.
Are we good? You tell me.
This is America, sir. Last time I checked, not Soviet Russia.
Fargo, September 27th on FX. Next day, FX on Hulu.
Now could be a good time to have another baby.
Are you crazy? I'm in love with you. Now that I said it out loud, it does sound weird. Please stop.
When I see you were so fine, I had to remind myself to breathe. Feel something when I see you.
Let's do this.
How's your quarantine going?
President Trump's big entrance in 2016 as he made his bid pitch to voters 4 years ago. Tonight is the culmination of 8 extraordinary days, our first virtual conventions. This week, the Republicans have tried to show off a united front as they have made their argument for 4 more years.
But in a lot of ways, this convention has generally been light on policy. So we asked our Kira Phillips to take a look into what we know about the president's plans for what he will do if he gets elected to another 4 years.
It's the chant every president running for a second term wants to hear.
If you want to really drive him crazy, you say 12 more years.
And for President Trump, he thrives off it.
We're getting ready to do things like nobody's ever seen before.
But when asked in June what people will see in a second term like never before, a less than clear answer.
What are your top priority items for a second term?
Well, one of the things that will be really great, you know, the word experience is still good. I always say talent is more important than experience. I've always said that. But the word experience is a very important word. It's in a very important meaning. I never did this before. I never slept over in Washington. It wasn't my thing. I was from Manhattan, from New York. Now I know everybody. And I have great people in the administration.
A much different response versus 2016. Then candidate Trump had a pretty clear sales pitch. Boost the economy, take on China on trade, and secure the border.
We are going to build a great border wall to stop illegal immigration.
So what about a second Trump term agenda? What exactly would that look like?
Our country can go in a horrible, horrible direction or in an even greater direction. And before the plague came in from China, that's where we were going. We were going in a direction like we had never seen, the most successful economy in the history of our country.
With 180,000 COVID-19 related deaths and more than 27 million Americans claiming unemployment, the president says he's all about bringing back the pre-COVID economy.
So we're going to create 10 million jobs, I think very easily in the first 10 months.
And this week at the RNC, he hammered home that he's ready.
We'll continue with our military. We've built the strongest military by far. Also, we're going to create tax credits for companies that bring our jobs back from China and other countries. We are going to fully fund law enforcement and hire more police. We're going to get rid of our sanctuary cities as soon as we can. We're going to the moon. We're going to Mars. We'll be the first on Mars. Let's see if that happens.
The Trump campaign says the president's speech tonight will tout what he's accomplished in the last 4 years, while taking a jab at Joe Biden's record.
He has to lay out what he wants to do for the country and how that contrasts with what Joe Biden and the Democrats want to do. The president needs to draw him out, and the only way to do that is not to insult him, not to attack him personally, but to go after his policies by laying out your alternative.
President Trump and members of his team have painted a dark and gloomy picture of what America would look like under a Biden-Harris administration.
Don't
Don't let them destroy your families, your lives, and your future.
It starts by rejecting radicals who want to drag us into the dark and embracing the man who represents a bright and beautiful future for all.
But Democrats say the president's performance with racial turmoil amid the pandemic will hurt his hopes for 4 more years.
Everything they're talking about is actually happening right now under Donald Trump. Crime in the streets, Donald Trump is the president of the United States.
All right, we want to thank Kira Phillips for that report, and we want to bring in our Powerhouse Roundtable. I want to start with our chief political analyst, Matt Dowd. Matt, we are seeing several major stories play out at the same time tonight. If you were advising the president tonight, what would you say the tone should be?
I'm sorry, I'm laughing because my suggestion would be something different than what he has been for the last 3.5 years. I mean, I think he actually has to acknowledge mistakes. I know that's very difficult for all politicians to do. It's something almost impossible for Donald Trump to do. I think if he acknowledged mistakes related to COVID, I think if he acknowledged mistakes related to the economy in the last 3 or 4 months in his response to COVID, I think if he acknowledged mistakes of how he's responded to certain things like Charlottesville and all of that, have some humility. I know that's opposite of what we think of as Donald Trump. All of these things, I think, would help him. I've said from the beginning of the Republican convention, the way to judge if they were effective if Donald Trump's job approval rises significantly. In 2004, when I was chief strategist for George W. Bush, our #1 priority at the convention in 2004 was to take George Bush's negative job approval rating and make it positive. We did that, and once after the election day did the average fall below a net positive in the election, and that's why we ended up winning the election in 2004. He has to not necessarily attack Joe Biden. I think that is not going to gain him much. He has to build his own job approval rating, and to do that, he has to do some things differently, which he's never done before. Humility, acknowledgement of mistakes, and lay out a positive vision of what he wants to see in the next 4 years.
Sarah Fagan's a Republican strategist. On this issue of tone, every now and then, President Trump can surprise us, but on these big speeches, he usually leans into his base. Do you think this is going to be a speech for MAGA country or for the entire country?
I think it'll probably be a speech for MAGA country. I think it should be a speech for the whole country. Look, if he talks about what he's going to do in the next term, it will be for the whole country. He does have some very positive things in his record to point to. And I think, though, we've talked about this a lot this week. Lay out your plan for the next 4 years. As Matt just pointed out, show some humility. Humanize yourself. We saw the vice president and Melania Trump do that the last 2 nights. They sort of set him up to say, I know I get it wrong on Twitter. I know I get emotional. I pick battles with the press. Shouldn't do that. But it's because I'm a fighter and I am an open book and you know where I stand. That would help him a lot. The other thing, though, that he does have to do is draw the contrast with Joe Biden. It is appropriate for him to do that in this speech, but it shouldn't be the dominant thing he does in this speech.
And let's bring in our lead editorial producer in Washington, John Santucci. John, walk us through some of the back and forth in the White House leading up to the decision to hold this speech tonight. Was it ever really in doubt?
Oh, to be at the White House? No, absolutely not. I actually owe our John Carl $5 for that one because he called it first. This was absolutely going to happen at the White House. The president is very good at creating that image, if you will. He's done it consistently throughout the last 4 years, frankly, the last 5 since he began his campaign. And what better image than to show that you're the best guy to be president than doing it at the home of the president? You look at that crowd tonight, there's no surprise in my mind that that is exactly what Donald Trump wanted, included with the Pavarotti soundtrack that has followed him for the last several years. But I think what you're going to see tonight is exactly that message that Sarah was just talking about. This is going to be the MAGA speech, no doubt about it. I think it's going to be very hard on Joe Biden. I spoke to a senior official not too long ago who said to me there's a little effort of American carnage. Remember that from the inauguration speech in January of 2017, making its way potentially into this speech. But this person said we're trying to get it off that plate. So I do think earlier when you had Tim Murtaugh on the show and he said the speech was still an edit, I think that is a very fair statement. I think a lot of people have been working on this. They know the pressure is on, but I still think at the end of the day, if you're looking for that MAGA red hat, you're going to get it tonight.
And John, the president will be introduced, of course, again by his daughter Ivanka. Explain for us the extraordinary relationship between the two. We know she's a senior advisor, but how involved is she and also her husband, Jared Kushner, with critical decisions that are made in the White House?
You know, it's funny. I was thinking about that today. This is third time's a charm for Ivanka. You know, she's introducing him tonight, did this 4 years ago at the convention. And you got to remember, Lindsay, in 2015, as Donald Trump ascended down the escalator, it was Ivanka that was waiting for him at the podium after she introduced her father as he entered the presidential campaign. This relationship is, frankly, like none other. You know, Donald Trump has 5 children, but all of them actually told Barbara Walters in an interview that Ivanka is the favorite. Ivanka actually sat there quietly waiting for the others to say the answer that she knew was coming. But she knows her father. She knows how to advise him. She knows how to get her way. She knows how to carefully pull him in the direction that could be beneficial to him. But it's an art, and she is very good at it. The other thing I would say, too, is that, you know, I've covered them for 5 years. Ivanka has a lot of the traits of her father. All the children do. But the one that she has the best is, you know, that second personality of Donald Trump, if you will, when he's in the room trying to close the deal, trying to pull somebody in. She has done that multiple times. I've seen her do it myself. It's probably one of the most powerful traits Donald Trump has, and Ivanka inherited it. I will just add, I spoke to her not too long ago. I said to her, "Are you ready for tonight?" She said yes. She's been working really hard on this speech, and she's ready to hit the stage, which we'll see shortly.
All right, John, stand by for us. We're about to dip into the Republican National Convention coverage, but I do want to bring in Yvette Simpson, CEO of Democracy for America. So I have a question. You know, we heard that the president may go after Joe Biden. That won't be a huge surprise. But tonight, Joe Biden went after President Trump, and he said this about the social unrest, saying this about the president. He views this as a political benefit to him. He's rooting for more violence. He's encouraging this. He's not diminishing it at all. Do you think that was a smart move tonight?
I think so. I want Joe Biden to bring it to Donald Trump, especially on this issue, because he knows that Donald Trump can't touch it. You know, Donald Trump is an arsonist posing as a firefighter. He is like enraging this. And what we're not talking about is the fact that the efforts that he says he's making to negate the situation are actually exploding the situation. The federal agents unidentified in cities like Portland, the vigilantes in Kenosha, these are all people who are being shepherded and pulled up by the party. These are the people who are starting a lot of this violence, and particularly the violence that's resulting in a loss of life or damage to actually people, not property. And so I love it when Joe Biden does that and exposes it. And not only that, but it puts Donald Trump on the defensive. So now he's got to find a way to say Jacob Blake's name. He's got to talk about the root cause of all this violence.
I want to bring in John Karl now, our chief White House correspondent. John, I want to ask you a couple of questions. Okay, I'm being told we don't have John Karl now. Just John was at the White House, and I think things are getting underway over there as well. I'll bring it over to Sarah Fagan. Sarah, last night we heard Vice President Pence say, "You won't be safe in Joe Biden's America." Is this going to be the mantra for the next 2 months for the Trump-Pence ticket, you think?
Well, I think they're going to certainly talk about what's happening around the country, and we are seeing this play out in many, many cities. Yes, there are many peaceful protesters, but too often those protests are turning violent. And everyday real Americans are losing their property, they're losing their businesses. So they are going to speak about it. I don't think this is the dominant issue in this election, though. They appear to be trying to make it the dominant issue. I think the dominant issue is still COVID. The
Republicans or the Democrats?
The Republicans are making certainly violence the dominant issue. Democrats are making racial unrest the dominant issue. So to some degree, the two go together. So we're going to continue to talk about it. I think Americans, though, while they are concerned about both these issues, are concerned about the coronavirus.
All right, Sarah Fagan, thank you for that. We are not going to join the Republican National Convention coverage here. This is House Minority Leader Representative Kevin McCarthy from California.
A great nation because of great people. And no one has done more to protect and advance it than President Trump. As Republicans, we are proud to stand with him and to work for you. Together, we built the greatest economy the world has ever seen, and we will do it again. We confronted China head-on, tore up bad trade deals and made better ones, supported our men and women in uniform, and took out the world's top terrorists, achieved energy independence, defended the sanctity of life, and restored law and order at the border. But as every American knows, we face an invisible enemy that we didn't ask for nor invite, but we will defeat it. We will defeat it because America is where innovation happens, and we are developing a vaccine in record time. We will defeat it because President Trump unleashed a Marshall Plan for Main Street and put hardworking taxpayers back on their feet. We will defeat it because tough times don't last. Tough Americans do. And that is what this election is all about. You, not us. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris think this election is about the government. They're wrong. It's about your family and your future. And to secure what really matters, we will call on the bedrock of what makes us the greatest country in the world, the American promise. A promise that everyone is equal under God, under the Constitution, and under the law. A promise that government is accountable to we the people. A promise that if you work hard and play by the rules, your opportunities are endless. As Republicans, it's our mission to renew the American dream, restore our way of life, and rebuild the greatest economy in the world. The Socialist Democrats have a different agenda. They will dismantle our institutions, defund our police, and destroy our economy. So as you cast your vote this November, remember this. 4 years ago, President Trump promised to be your voice. He kept that promise, but there's still so much more to do. The choice before you could not be clearer. Forward in freedom or backward in socialism. Forward in prosperity or backward in poverty. Forward in personal liberty or backwards in more government control. I know which direction I'm headed. Join us, as the best is yet to come.
Hello, my name is Geron Smith. 20 years ago, I moved to Washington, D.C. to attend Howard University. I was at a crossroads, just like America is today. I grew up on Strand Hill Road in Cleveland, a blue-collar street in a blue-collar city. When the media talks about forgotten places or working-class people who are overlooked and struggling hard, there's usually some stock photo of people who don't look like me. They never seem to show people like my mom, who worked 2 jobs as a gas station clerk, and a mom. She showed me how to persevere. They never seem to show people like my dad, who plowed snow in the winter and paved streets in the summer, who stood by me through thick and thin and taught me strong values every day. They never seem to show people like me. At first, I didn't live the values my parents taught me. I won a starting spot on the varsity football team, but I only had a 1.9 GPA. But then I broke my leg. It took a broken leg for me to really get moving in life. I prioritized schoolwork, went to Howard, and ended up working for the President of the United States. Growing up, I'd never really known a Republican. I believed all the stereotypes. It took a meeting Republicans who shared my values to show me I was wrong. Donald Trump knows that in the work of revitalizing communities, America's strength is America's people. And I can tell you, he really cares, and he takes action. Every issue important to black communities has been a priority for him. Prison reform, rebuilding broken families, bringing jobs back to America. Jobs in Cleveland, jobs in Detroit, jobs in Milwaukee. President Trump knows that education is the great equalizer. That's why he secured record and permanent funding for historically black colleges and universities, and is fighting hard for school choice. In the wake of the murder of Ahmaud Arbery, George Floyd, and legend Taliaferro, a moment of national racial consciousness. I have seen his true conscience. I just wish everyone could see the deep empathy he shows to families whose loved ones were killed in senseless violence. President Trump has made it clear that if you want safe communities, you must have police departments with the highest standards. I'll never forget Strand Hill Road or the people of Cleveland. They're tough, smart, and tell it like it is. That's President Trump. For a New Yorker, he's got a lot of Cleveland heart. And I'm proud to say that he's my president. God bless America.
People assume that if I'm not a Democrat anymore, then I must be a Republican or I must be conservative. I still consider myself a liberal, but liberalism has changed, and I don't fit there anymore.
As a black kid growing up in Texas, you were taught that you had to support Democrats because Republicans were for white people, supporting the rich, and we definitely weren't rich.
Basically, our default setting is to be a Democrat.
I'm a Democrat. My parents are Democrats. I was a huge Obama supporter.
In the 2016 primary, I voted for Bernie Sanders.
I mean, I was a socialist.
It wasn't until we got married and began expecting our own family that I began to kind of question whether or not the things that we were really promoting and supporting were in line with the way we were living. And that was when the shift kind of began for us.
I was renting a room in this woman's apartment. She had 3 or 4 kids from 3 or 4 different fathers. She was my age. Most of them were incarcerated. I asked her, "What do you do?" And she goes, "I'm in the system." It feels like Democrats sort of get people hooked on this drug of free money, where they basically say, you know, if you want your fix, you have to keep voting for us.
And then this bold man comes down an escalator in New York City. I couldn't come out and say it right away, but deep down inside, I knew it was going to be the first Republican that I ever voted for.
His entire campaign, Worse for All Americans, that was a turning point for me.
One of the hardest things to do is to challenge your own beliefs. Going straight to the source is really how I was able to overcome some of those pitfalls. And so I want people to hear my story and know that you can actually go from being a Democratic socialist to a Trump supporter, but you have to look deeper.
I think there's a political realignment that's taking place. I've always been very anti-war, and now Trump is by a mile the anti-war candidate. I've always been very much for free speech. Trump is now by a mile the more pro-free speech candidate.
What's at stake in November is pretty much everywhere you look. You either see prosperity and liberty and things that you want to preserve, or if you're a Democrat, everywhere you look, you see something you want to tear down and remake in the image of some other country that's not as successful as we are.
I'm trying to conserve our values, our Constitution, our God-given rights, right to bear arms, freedom of speech, all the things that has always made this country great.
You know, it took me a good long time to get here, but I hope that Trump wins and that we can continue with the progress that he's made and the policies that he's put into place. Let's get our economy back on track and let's be moving in the right direction.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Van Drew. I speak to you as a member of the Republican Party, but it always wasn't that way. How I became a Republican says a lot about today's Democratic Party. I'm from South Jersey, where we work hard, look after our neighbors, and care about our communities. Years ago, I was a local dentist and was asked by the Democrats to run for a town council seat. I had my doubts, and I explained that my views were middle of the road to conservative, but the local leaders said the Democratic Party was a big tent and that they accepted people like me. I was elected to council as a Democrat, but as I won seats for county office, state legislature, and then Congress, I noticed things were changing. The Democratic Party had become less accepting of American tradition, less believing in American exceptionalism, less supportive of traditional faith and family. This was not the party that I knew. In 2018, after being elected to Congress as a Democrat, I was already uncomfortable with a San Francisco liberal running the House, which is why my first vote in Congress was cast against Nancy Pelosi for Speaker. But imagine how I felt after seeing members of the squad quickly take control of the Democratic Party just weeks after being elected. The party had moved from liberal to radical. This new Democratic Party wasn't just for higher taxes. Now they were for open borders, against our police, and against our God-given rights. When the radical Democrats went after President Trump with impeachment, they made another mistake. Democratic leaders told me that I had to vote for impeachment or my life would be made difficult, and I wouldn't be allowed to run again. Listen, I'm from South Jersey, and you'd better come at me with more than just loud words and empty threats. I voted no on impeachment, and it was an easy call. Soon after, I met with President Trump, and he made me feel more comfortable and welcome in the Oval Office than Nancy Pelosi ever made me feel in her caucus. And a few days later, I officially changed parties, and I became a Republican. Let me tell you about Joe Biden. When the Democrats tried to order me around, I was ready, willing, and able to say, I've had enough with their radical socialist agenda. Do you really believe Joe Biden is ready, willing, and most of all, able to do the same? As Joe says, come on, man. Joe Biden is being told what to do by the radicals running my former party, the same radicals trying to install him as their puppet president. When I'm at my local diner, I tell people that America is the best nation in the world and that President Trump has helped make it that way. Republicans, independents, and even Democrats, they all know that in President Trump's America, we have a strong military, strong support for our police, strong support for our veterans, and strong support for our seniors. In President Trump's America, we have a strong supply chain, good schools, we're energy independent, and we protect our environment. There are a lot of Democrats who support our president and are disgusted for what their old party, what my old party, has become. Here's my advice. Be true to who you are now, not who the Democrats used to be. That's why I'm a proud Republican and why I will be voting for Donald Trump. Thank you, And may God bless you, God bless our president, and God bless the United States of America.
All right, I want to go to Yvette Simpson right now. Yvette, I've been watching your reaction to the last 10 minutes of this convention, and you sort of had this look on your face, and you said you've been offended by what you've heard.
There's this whole thing we've been talking about the characterization of good black people and bad black people. And there was a part of that video where a white gentleman was saying that he encountered a woman who had been strung out on drugs and had all these children. She was, I think, a black woman, and he said the Democrats are dishing out money like they're hits of drugs. Like this whole idea that there's a good black person and a bad black person and putting people in a big box is really a theme here. And even as they present black people, they talk about each other that way. And I don't know that the Republicans understand how offensive that is. There are a lot of amazing black people who are trying to do great things and are doing great things. And the fact that every single time they talk about black people, they're either thugs or they're people who have made it. And let's be clear, most black people fall in the middle of all of that.
I want to go to Terry Moran now. Terry, just quickly, we heard last week so many Republicans who are joining Joe Biden. This is the Republican attempt to show that there are some Democrats that are with Donald Trump. But as Yvette just pointed out, it's a different sort of format.
Well, there is a change that's happening, and it is in some ways welcome. Look, the Republican vote in 2016 was 88% white. That's not healthy for the United States. That's not healthy for the Republican Party or the Democrats or the black community. And black Americans voted 9 out of 10 just about for Hillary Clinton. Now, there are reasons for that, and good ones, but to break that up would be wise. I don't think this president is well positioned to do that, given the substance of what he's done. He does talk about black unemployment at its lowest level, but he also talks about issues that are desperately important to black Americans in ways that they are very alienated from the vast majority of them. So while this is a laudable effort, we shouldn't have an all-white party in America, which is basically what the Republican Party is. That's not good. I think they've got a long way to go. That's just what the polls and the facts show.
And Sarah, I'm just curious. I mean, we're looking at a black woman who's speaking right now. In the video right before this were several black people. It seems like the RNC has really gone out of their way to be inclusive and embrace diversity. Why not have the tone and the words to match?
Well, look, I think a lot of this is about policy. And, I take issue with Yvette's characterization. I did not have at all the same reaction. I don't think that person referenced her race when he was referring to the woman getting government subsidies. I think this comes down to policy. And what Republicans need to do is sell their ideas. Their ideas are better for black America, they're better for white America, they're better for Hispanic America, they're better for all Americans. Giving people choice in education allows them to find a new path forward. Keeping people trapped in failing schools, which is what Democrats do by listening to public unions, keeps them trapped. Giving people access to jobs and a rise up and self-confidence and the ability to create for their family is good for society. So we have a different philosophy about how to solve the problems. But I take all these people as sincere, and I don't think it's fair to characterize them as not sincere.
Sarah, real quick, because I think we only have like 10 or 15 seconds. I may have taken all of it right now. But we're going to hear from Dan Scavino after this very serious conversation, this very serious point. We're now going to hear from basically the mind of President Trump's Twitter feed, his former social media director. What's your take on sort of this play?
Well, look, there's been a lot of staff interaction at this convention that's unusual. I think this is an attempt to soften the president, to talk to the people who know him best, who spend the most time with him. You do hear this in Washington. When people meet with the president one-on-one, they like him. They think he's very sincere, and it does not come across always at the podium.
Sarah, I got to cut you off here for a moment as we go back to the floor of the convention. We're about to hear from Dan Scavino, former caddy of President Trump, who now serves as the Deputy Chief of Staff of Communications.
My name is Dan Scavino. When I was 16 years old, I got a part-time job at a golf course just outside of New York City. One day, I was cleaning golf clubs when a man pulled into the parking lot. There wasn't a single person who didn't know who it was. Everyone's jaws were on the ground. It was Donald Trump. All I could think was, nobody will ever believe this at school tomorrow. I never would have imagined it at this moment, but I've now been at President Trump's side for almost 30 years. All these years later, there's a part of me that still feels a sense of wonder every day when I consider the journey we have taken together and taken with so many of you watching tonight. Because my personal story with Donald Trump, in so many ways, is yours too. He saw potential in me, a spark, the possibility that I could be more, do more, and achieve more than even I thought was possible. That's how he views this country too. We have all just scratched the surface of what we can do together. If there's one thing I hope you will hear from me tonight, it is this. President Trump is a kind and decent man. I wish you could be at his side with me to see his endless kindness to everyone he meets. The media could be a fog machine, creating a partisan mist around everything that's hard to see through. But in 2016, you navigated through it all. You found your way through the swamp, and you arrived safely on the other side, with Donald J. Trump as your new president. There are some things that were true then, reasons why you choose him as your country's leader, that remain true today. You know, the president cannot be bought. The American people must know their president isn't building his life. He's building yours. He knows the president cannot be bullied. President Trump is the first leader who's been too strong, too tough, and too savvy to be crushed by the status quo establishment and the political media class. You know the president cannot be beaten. He's got a fighting spirit, like so many of you do. And winning for America is what he does. While they call it chaos, President Trump calls it change. Just think about what we achieved together with President Trump. The strongest economy in history, the lowest unemployment rate for almost all demographic groups, Black Americans, Hispanic Americans, women, and so many more. He did that once, and he will do it again. You know it, and I know it. We all just need somebody to believe in our capacity to do great things. Donald Trump believed in me when I was a teenage golf caddy, and he was already one of the wealthiest, most famous people on the entire planet. He saw my potential, even when I couldn't. He sees greatness in our country too, and in each of you. He believes the world you dream about at night can be yours. He truly is a man of the people. Just think about what he has done with this convention. You've heard from real Americans with real stories. People who are just like us. People whose lives have been forever impacted by the president and his policies. You've heard from people like John Peterson, who has a factory in Ohio. Tanya Weinreich, who has a small business in Montana. Jason Joyce, a fisherman from Maine. And Chris Peterson, a dairy farmer from Wisconsin. You've seen a man who turned his life around get a second chance with a presidential pardon. You've seen brand new Americans become our fellow citizens in a ceremony at the White House. You felt the passion of pro-life and religious freedom advocates, and listened to the heartfelt words of a man whose family fled communism and oppression. Who needs a nonstop parade of politicians when you got an army of the people behind you? On November 3rd, vote for the man who believes in America and believes in you. Vote for my friend, your friend, our friend, Donald J. Trump. Thank you, and God bless the United States of America.
This is an ABC News special. Live from New York City and across the country, the Republican National Convention. Now reporting, Chief Anchor George Stephanopoulos.
Good evening. Welcome to our continuing coverage of the final night of the Republican National Convention. We want to go straight to the virtual floor. Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell is speaking.
Of Americans who couldn't promise their children a better life than their own. He's made it his mission of this administration to change that. I know because I work beside him every day. Today's Democrat Party doesn't want to improve life for middle America. They prefer that all of us in flyover country keep quiet and let them decide how we should live our lives. They want to tell you when you can go to work, when your kids can go to school. They want to tax your job out of existence and then send you a government check for unemployment. They want to tell you what kind of car you can drive, what sources of information are credible, and even how many hamburgers you can eat. They want to defund the police and take away your Second Amendment rights. They want free health care for illegal immigrants, yet they offer no protection at all for unborn Americans. They want to pack the Supreme Court with liberals intent on eroding our constitutional rights. And they want to codify all this by making the swamp itself, Washington, D.C., America's 51st state. With 2 more liberal senators, we cannot undo the damage they've done. Now you understand why Democrats spent an entire week telling us about who Joe Biden is, not what he intends to do. I'm immensely proud of the work the Republican Senate has done. We are the firewall against Nancy Pelosi's agenda. Like President Trump, we won't be bullied by a liberal media intent on destroying America's institutions. We will stand our post on behalf of the millions of Americans whose stories aren't told in today's newspapers, whose struggles are just as real. We'll continue to support American families as we defeat the coronavirus and return our economy to the envy of the world. The stakes have never been higher, which is why I'm asking you to support Republican Senate candidates across the country and re-elect my friend, President Donald Trump.
Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell right there. I want to bring in our chief White House correspondent, John Carl. I was struck there. He called Donald Trump his friend. They have not always gotten along personally, but it's an alliance cemented by policy.
George, it's absolutely an alliance cemented by policy. There is no warmth between the two men, although I think what has happened is that Donald Trump has come to really respect Mitch McConnell. Mitch McConnell got his 2 nominees for the Supreme Court confirmed. Mitch McConnell got his tax cut through the Congress. Mitch McConnell has really produced on every major initiative that Donald Trump has asked him to produce on. That said, I think what you heard in Mitch McConnell's speech was in contrast to many of the other speeches. Not much glowing words about Donald Trump himself, appealing to Republicans, to conservatives who may not like Donald Trump's style, they may not like his Twitter feed, but they like the results in terms of the policies.
Thanks, John. Here with World News Tonight anchor Dave Beard. Look at that scene behind John Carl right there. Flags, pillars of the White House, huge screen, a huge crowd there as well. This is a Donald Trump production.
No question about that, and it's the biggest night so far of perhaps this first term for Donald Trump, because he will make the case tonight that he deserves and should get 4 more years. And I was struck by that too, George. 1,500 people, up to 2,000 guests, 1,500 seats, just a couple of inches apart in the middle of this pandemic. And here in New York City, we're accustomed to seeing Donald Trump's name on so many buildings in New York, but now you see the name right on the south lawn of the White House, Trump Pence, 2 giant signs. And he will have to make the case tonight that in the middle of a pandemic, we reached 180,000 American lives today, Hurricane Laura, what we're seeing in Kenosha, Wisconsin, that Donald Trump is the president to fix this. Of course, the argument on the other side is he is the president right now. This is his America.
Let's go back to Mary Bruce, who's also at the White House. Tell us more about that crowd we're going to see there. It seems pretty packed there in the Rose Garden.
George, it very much feels like a campaign rally here. It is just astounding to see the south lawn of the White House turned into a packed convention floor. As you mentioned, you have about 1,500 people here. I can tell you there is no social distancing here. These chairs are packed elbow to elbow. There are very few masks here. And we are seeing this remarkable split screen as well with what is happening outside of the White House, as we have seen protests growing. But here on the South Lawn of the White House, it is just a surreal scene in the midst of this pandemic to see this many supporters gathered. And of course, we have heard the criticism all week as the Trump team continues to really blur the line between the administration and the campaign, the political and the presidential.
Thank you, Mary. Lindsay Davis, we saw that split screen right there. It's actually a tale of both conventions right there. You've seen these two conventions speaking to two very different Americas.
Right, and in the audience you don't see necessarily that much diversity, but I have to say the RNC has really painstakingly gone out of their way to have a lot of black speakers. Then outside and away from that, you have all of these athletes who are now protesting the shooting of Jacob Blake. He has just become the latest hashtag in this national conversation, something that has not gotten traction at all at the RNC, with the exception of one mention during a prayer of Jacob Blake's name. And you have this president who is calling himself the law and order president. I imagine we're going to hear a lot about that tonight. But in the latest poll, it talks about how 58% of Americans say that they believe that the police system really needs major change. This is all happening on the eve of the 57th anniversary of MLK's I Have a Dream speech. And of course, Al Sharpton has organized a march tomorrow right in the shadow of the White House called Get Your Knee Off Our Necks March.
I want to try to get Rachel Scott here. Rachel, I believe you're amidst the protesters on Black Lives Matter's Plaza.
George, that's right. We are now marching back to the White House. These protesters out here say their outrage is fueled by the silence and the lack of action from the president. They want to hear the president say the words that are printed outside, right in front of the White House. Black Lives Matter. They want to hear the president say something about Jacob Blake. They are frustrated with the inaction here tonight. They are marching here right to the White House to send this message straight to the president. We have already seen some very tense standoff between police and demonstrators here tonight. I talked to one protester. She said she has been out here for 90 days and she does not plan on leaving until there is action, until there is change. This is a remarkable split screen, George, as the president accepts the Republican nomination. Protesters out here yelling, Trump, Pence, out now.
Rachel Scott, thanks very much. Terry Moran, that split screen is such a sign of our times.
It really is. You know, this is an election where the president will hear him talk about policies, but it's really about the character of two men and what those characters say about our country at this historical moment. This country which is ravaged by a pandemic and really engaged in this ancient issue in our country, the full human civic equality of our black brothers and sisters in America. And you have two very different approaches to it. Joe Biden with naming Kamala Harris and standing with those protesters, not with the violence that are on the fringes of these protesters, but with their calls. And President Trump, while acknowledging the justice of some of what they say, not willing even to say the very words, the very basic human words, Black Lives Matter. We are at a reckoning, and this election is going to affect it. What happens next? That's why it's so intense. Both sides are declaring that America is at stake, and they're right.
Terry Moran, thanks. I want to bring in Matthew Dowd, our chief political analyst. You helped produce conventions for George W. Bush. How does President Trump meet this moment tonight?
Well, first, I'd like to say I never thought I would see what I'm seeing tonight on the South Lawn. I can't imagine what would have happened if we had done that in 2004 or if Barack Obama had done that in 2012 when he was reelected. People's hair would be on fire. It's not only, I believe, unethical, misuse of government power. It may be illegal what's happening on the South Lawn and a bad modeling of behavior in the midst of a COVID crisis. I think fundamentally the president has to give a speech that changes his job approval number. Our number one goal in the 2004 convention was to move President Bush from a negative job approval to a positive job approval because that's the only way we thought we would win. We did that. We ended up winning the re-election. President Trump has to do that. I think he should spend little time on Joe Biden, which he probably will, and more time on trying to build up his own positives related to his record and what he wants to do in the next 4 years.
We're told it will be an extensive speech, more than an hour long, beginning at 10:30. Right now, we want to go back to the convention floor. The Attorney General of Utah, Shawn Reyes.
Because to be honest with you, it has never mattered more than it does right now. Thank you, and have a great evening, America.
Buenas tardes. Konbanwa. Magandang gabi po. Aloha.
and good evening. I'm Utah Attorney General Shawn Reyes. I'm a proud American and proud descendant of warrior ancestors, women and men alike, from my Hawaiian, Filipino, Japanese, and Spanish heritage. My father demonstrated his warrior spirit over 50 years ago, fighting a dictator in his homeland, the Philippines. Barely escaping with his life, he started anew in America. He arrived with nothing but faith, determination, and a willingness to work hard. He lived the American dream, building businesses, a family, and seeing me become Utah's first minority statewide elected official. Today, I channel my warrior roots by battling human trafficking. I've been able to lead some of the largest trafficking prosecutions in America and traveled to foreign countries, working with law enforcement and NGOs to dismantle trafficking networks and rescue people from the most brutal conditions imaginable. Young girls and women sold into sex slavery, young boys and men forced into labor servitude, illegal adoptions, organ harvesting, human life utterly debased. President Donald Trump is a fierce warrior against human trafficking. How do I know? Early in 2017, I had occasion to visit with him about our rescues. He asked insightful questions, expressed deep concern for victims. Overwhelmed with compassion, he promised to attack this evil. President Trump summoned Ivanka and leaders from his cabinet, directing resources and hundreds of millions of dollars for raising awareness, liberating victims, prosecuting predators, and empowering survivors. Together, they've done more to combat human trafficking than any administration in modern history. Now that's a promise kept. President Trump's taken similar aggressive action to break the chains of drug addiction and improve mental and behavioral health. He declared the opioid epidemic a national public health emergency and made available billions of dollars to confront this threat. He also signed a bill creating a phone number like 911, but for mental health. When activated, 988 will be a lifeline for those struggling with thoughts of suicide, depression, addiction, self-harm, or even hurting others. It will save countless American lives. A few months ago, my father, my warrior hero, lost his fight with cancer. When he passed, he had by his bedside his scriptures, family photos, and a pen President Trump gave me to give him. Dad loved that pen. It represented freedom to him, the freedom that only exists when someone is willing to fight for it. To my father, President Trump is that ultimate warrior fighting for our freedom. If you listen to Democrats, the media, and liberal elite, they will tell you that America's light doesn't shine as brightly around the world as it once did. That is simply not true. The same light that brought my father to America inspires the desperate and downtrodden equally today. Believe me, I interact with some of the most marginalized victims on earth, and they love America. They love President Trump because he's fighting for their freedom and America's freedom. Thank you, President Trump. God bless you, and God bless America, this land of greatness.
Attorney General of Utah, Shawn Reyes, speaking here at the Republican Convention. This is night 4, the fourth and final night. President Trump is coming up. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Disney Plus. Are you ready? Drop in and explore. The action, the adventure, and the originals. There's no limit to what you'll find. These are your worlds. So come on, dive deeper into the universes you love. Wherever and whenever you want them, you'll find them all here on Disney Plus.
I am
so excited to be the new host of Dancing with the Stars. Monday, September 14th, we'll be back in the ballroom live. It's going to be 10! And you will not believe who's dancing this season.
Dancing returns September 14th on ABC.
The waters of the Outer Banks are unforgiving and full of riches for the fishermen who dare. The best of the Northern Fleet are heading south. But the locals know where the giants lie. And if you thought the waters were unforgiving, wait until the battle begins. Wicked Tuna Outer Banks. New episodes Sundays at 9 on National Geographic.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any place else. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir.
We have made it through another week together.
America's most watched program across all of television.
This is what being live is all about. This is ABC News Live, the 24/7 streaming news source, ABC News. Wow. Breaking news, live events as they happen, streaming live, non-stop, straight to you. Original, on the edge, breakthrough storytelling from ABC News, National Geographic, ESPN, all designed differently for you to stream straight to any screen whenever you want, free. And imagine the most celebrated, epic live events and moments, all playing out right before your eyes.
See those flames behind me?
And go deeper inside the groundbreaking exclusives from the campaign trail only ABC News gets. Watch ABC News Live right now and anytime. Streaming on Roku, Hulu, Facebook, and abcnews.com.
ABC News Live.
Streaming everywhere, right to you. ABC News Live.
What's the most innovative daily news podcast out there to listen to every day? Well, the Edward R. Murrow Awards say it's Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. Even the New York Times calls us a top news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, free on Apple Podcasts.
With America reopening, how can you stay safe, keep your family safe, and thrive? We all have so many questions.
And that's why we're right here for you with what you need to know.
So join us afternoons with What You Need to Know at 1 Eastern, 12 Central and Pacific on ABC.
My name is Dan Scavino. When I was 16 years old, I got a part-time job at a golf course just outside of New York City. One day, I was cleaning golf clubs when a man pulled into the parking lot. There wasn't a single person who didn't know who it was. Everyone's jaws were on the ground. It was Donald Trump.
Pretty remarkable journey there for Dan Scavino. More than 30 years with Donald Trump. As he said, he started as a caddy, now Deputy Chief of Staff for Communications at the White House. Also runs the president's Twitter feed most days. I want to bring in Chris Christie. We've seen a remarkable, that is a pretty remarkable story. Yeah. First of all, Dan Scavino. We've seen a remarkable number of Trump staffers speaking at the convention.
Yeah, something I've never seen before for certain. And with Dan, they have a close, long-time personal relationship that goes back 30 years. And Dan is really one of the only people left from the original campaign team. When I endorsed at the end of February of 2016, and I got onto the plane for the first time, the plane was Donald Trump, Hope Hicks, Corey Lewandowski, Dan Scavino, and President Trump's bodyguard. That was it. That was the traveling.
But look at with that core group, Corey Lewandowski's on the outside, but still very close. Hope Hicks still back in the White House. Dan Scavino.
Yep, that was the group. And I remember sitting there, and my former law partner who was with me on that travel looked at me and he goes, "We lost to this?" I mean, that was it. It was 5 people on the plane. They were doing everything. And so I tell that story to show the level of closeness that went on in that campaign in the beginning. He had already won, by the way, New Hampshire and South Carolina and Nevada by the time I got on board. And so that small group of people was pretty much the only people who were traveling with them. So Scavino tonight being on there is as much a tribute to that relationship as is to anything else that's going on this convention tonight.
And the core group still there. I want to go back to the convention floor, and we're going to hear from Ann Dorn. She's a police sergeant. Her husband, retired police captain David Dorn, was killed during protests in June 2020.
Hello, my name is Ann Dorn. I'd like to introduce you to my husband, David, father of 5, brother of 12, grandfather of 10, friend to thousands. He was the most kind, dedicated, loving life partner I could have hoped for. He had a big smile and a heart to match. He was blessed with the gift of gab, and that gift enabled him to touch souls and inspire people, especially young people. Oh, how kids loved him, and they really loved him back. Dave was all about service. He served 38 years in the St. Louis Metropolitan Police Department and 6 years as chief of police as the Moline Acres Police Department. After 44 years, he retired from law enforcement, but he never retired from helping a friend in need. Since he befriended every person he met, he was a very busy man. One example of that was his friendship with a young man named Lee. David met him when Lee was just a kid, after members of his family were attacked and murdered. Dave took a special interest in the boy. They bonded, and their friendship grew and remained strong throughout the years. Lee eventually opened a pawn shop. He trusted Dave implicitly and asked Dave to help with security. David readily agreed. Whenever the shop's alarm would go off, the alarm company called Dave. He would investigate. If he got a call after I went to bed, he would wake me up and tell me he was going to Lee's, just to make sure everything was all right. Most of the time, they were false alarms, triggered by a storm or animals. But I never rested easily until I heard Dave's key turn in the door, knowing he was home safe. The alarm that went off the morning of June 2nd was for real. It was a violent night in St. Louis. 4 officers were shot. Others were hit with rocks and fireworks. At least 5 businesses were damaged, looted, or set on fire. As the Officer Wellness Coordinator and CIT Coordinator with the police department, I was keenly aware of the rioting and spent the evening getting ready to mobilize support for officers who were impacted. After I'd gone to bed, David received a call from Lee's alarm company. The front door of the pawn shop had been breached. This time he didn't wake me up to tell me. He probably knew I would have tried to stop him or insist on going with him. As I slept, looters were ransacking the shop. They shot and killed David in cold blood and then live streamed his execution and his last moments on earth. David's grandson was watching the video on Facebook in real time, not realizing he was watching his own grandfather dying on the sidewalk. I learned of all this around 4 a.m. when our doorbell rang. The chief of police was standing outside. I wondered why Dave had not answered the door. It wasn't uncommon for him to be up watching TV at this time. I called out to him several times. There was no reply. He just wasn't there. I let in the chief, and fighting back tears, he uttered the words every officer's spouse dreads. I relive that horror in my mind every single day. My hope is that having you relive it with me now will help shake this country from this nightmare we are witnessing in our cities and bring about positive, peaceful change. How do we get to this point where so many young people are callous and indifferent towards human life? This isn't a video game where you can commit mayhem and then just hit reset and bring all the characters back to life. David is never coming back to me. He was murdered by people who didn't know and just didn't care. He would have done anything to help them. Violence and destruction are not legitimate forms of protest. They do not safeguard Black lives. They only destroy them. President Trump understands this, has offered federal help to restore order in our communities. In a time when police departments are short on resources and manpower, we need that help. We should accept that help. We must heal before we can affect change, but we cannot heal amid devastation and chaos. President Trump knows we need more Davids in our communities, not fewer. We need to come together in peace and remember that every life is precious.
Good evening. I'm Ben Carson, a retired neurosurgeon and a public servant. Before I begin, I'd like to say that our hearts go out to the Blake family and the other families who've been impacted by the tragic events in Kenosha. As Jacob's mother has urged the country, let's use our hearts, our love, and our intelligence to work together to show the rest of the world how humans are supposed to treat each other. America is great when we behave greatly. In order to succeed in change, we must first come together in love of our fellow citizens. History reminds us that necessary change comes through hope and love, not senseless and destructive violence. Abraham Lincoln once said to an America divided that, quote, "Your purpose then, plainly stated, is that you will destroy the government unless you be allowed to construe and enforce the Constitution as you please on all points in dispute between you and us. You will rule or ruin in all events," unquote. These words of warning are relevant today. We have a choice. Do we want big government that controls our lives from cradle to grave? Or do we believe in the power and wisdom of the people and their ability to self-govern with help from a limited federal government? Our president, Donald J. Trump, believes in the people. He is one of us. He makes promises and he keeps them. He is transparent, and we certainly know what he's thinking. He does not submit to political correctness or to its enforcers, the media. He is real. Right now, we need real. We need courage. We can't cower in the corner and hope that no one calls us a name, believing that will keep us safe. That is not courage, and that will not lead us to a good and just place. We must remember all those who sacrificed everything in order to give us freedom, and we must be willing to do the same for those who come after us. President Trump does not dabble in identity politics. He wants everyone to succeed and believes in the adage, "A rising tide lifts all boats." Many on the other side love to incite division by claiming that President Trump is a racist. They could not be more wrong. Years ago, Jesse Jackson gave Donald Trump an award for the economic opportunities he created for black people. In Palm Beach, Florida, Donald Trump led the crusade to allow blacks and Jews into private clubs and resorts. One of the first things he did as president was bring the Office of Historically Black Colleges and Universities into the White House so that it could get proper attention and financial support. Before the pandemic, African American unemployment was at an all-time low. President Trump accomplished prison reform. He created incentives to encourage investors to become involved with economically deprived areas of America. He strongly supports school choice, fully recognizing that no matter what circumstances a person is born into, they can achieve success with a good education. It was true for me. When my mother forced me to read books about doctors, entrepreneurs, inventors, and scientists, I began to recognize that the person who has the most to do with what happens to you in life is you. My mother always told me, "Ben, you can do anything, but I will never allow you to become a victim." It was then that I stopped listening to the people who were trying to convince me that I was a victim and that others were responsible for my victimhood. What is racist is the fact that African Americans have the highest abortion rate. President Trump is the most pro-life president in the country's history. He will continue to fight for those who cannot yet speak. The vision of a shining city up on a hill came from Jesus' Sermon on the Mount. America is that shiny city. We are the beacon of hope for the world. At this moment in time, President Donald Trump is the man with the courage, the vision, and the ability to keep it shining brightly.
Lynch, president of the Police Benevolent Association, speaking to you on behalf of 50,000 active and retired New York City police officers. We are the proud men and women who wear a shield on our chest and put ourselves in harm's way to protect our city. We are proud to endorse our president, Donald J. Trump, for re-election because the stakes have never been higher. Like cops across the country, we are staring down the barrel of a public safety disaster. More than 1,000 people have been shot in New York City so far this year. Almost 300 have been killed. These are not just numbers. These are real people. A father gunned down while holding his 7-year-old daughter's hand. A beloved neighborhood peacemaker killed by a stray bullet. A 17-year-old who made all the right choices, who worked hard to go to college and earned a sports scholarship, murdered before he can tell his mother the news. A 1-year-old child shot dead in his stroller. Innocent people, innocent lives lost. One tragedy is too many. But every day the number keeps growing. And every day our communities are asking us, why is this happening? The answer is simple. The Democrats have walked away from us. They have walked away from police officers, and they've walked away from the innocent people we protect. Democratic politicians have surrendered our streets and our institutions. The loudest voices have taken control, and our so-called leaders are scrambling to catch up with them. In city after city, they've slashed police budgets. They have hijacked and dismantled the criminal justice system. They've passed laws that made it impossible for police officers to do our job effectively. Here's the sad truth that every cop in this country knows. The violence and chaos we're seeing now isn't a side effect. It isn't an unintended consequence. It's actually the goal. The radical left doesn't really want better policing. They don't really care about making the justice system fairer. What they want is no policing. What they want is a justice system that just stops working altogether. In places where Democrats are in power, the radical left is getting exactly what they want, and our country is suffering for it. I've been a New York City police officer for 36 years. I've spent 21 of those years protecting the cops who protect New Yorkers. I've never seen our streets go this bad so quickly. I've never heard from so many cops from every corner of the country who are saying the same thing. Our hands are tied. If we're going to turn the tide and restore law and order, we cannot fall into the left's trap. There is nobody who hates bad cops more than good cops. But that doesn't matter to the radical left. To them, we're all just bad because we're all just blue. Their anti-law enforcement campaign isn't about a single incident. It isn't the result of one bad law or one bad policy. It's about a message. The message is police officers are the enemy. The message is criminals have the right to resist arrest. The message is if you commit a crime, if you victimize the most vulnerable of people, the justice system will not hold you accountable. That's the message echoing through city halls and state houses across our country. It's playing on a loop in the media. The criminals have heard that message, and they're taking full advantage. We must stop that message. We must expose the left's lies about police officers and the job that we do. And we will do that because we have something that they don't. We have a real leader. We have a powerful voice in the most powerful office in our country. We have President Donald J. Trump. Unlike the Democrats who are running in fear of the mob in the street, President Trump has never apologized for supporting police officers and standing up for law and order. Unlike the Democrats who froze in the face of rioting and looting, President Trump matches his words with his actions. He gives law enforcement the support and the tools we need to go out there and put a stop to it, period. End of story. It has never been harder to be a police officer in this country, but there are two things that keep us going. We look at the victims, the vulnerable, the regular working people who count on us. We keep strapping on our duty belts and bullet-resistant vests because we know we can't let them down. And while we do that, we hear the words of our president, who says to police officers everywhere, "I will never let you down." We know that he hasn't, and we know that he won't. We've been fortunate to have him in office these past 4 years, and we know that we cannot afford to lose him. When it comes to your safety, your family's safety, and the safety of all Americans, there's no other choice. You won't be safe in Joe Biden's America. We can have 4 more years of President Trump, or you can have no safety, no justice, and no peace.
Law and order, consistent theme of this convention. I want to go back to our panel now, look ahead to President Trump's speech tonight. Rahm Emanuel, let me start with you. You're pretty impressed with the vice president's speech last night. What does the president have to do?
Well, one of the things that they're clearly, our chair, they're trying to push COVID aside and make the safety on the streets of America the central theme and put COVID in the rearview mirror. I don't think that's going to work because you're going to see, it's an event that's happening every day in people's lives and it's changing people's life. The President of the United States has to basically tell people what he refused to answer in a question with Chris Wallace. What's his agenda going forward? He wants credit for the past. He doesn't have his agenda for the future. And I think the other thing he has to do, they have gone back and forth. They have to decide if they're going to soften him. And if they're going to soften him, and he comes out hard, it's going to make everything else they've done for the last 3 days go to naught. And they've got to make a decision here, and they keep trying to straddle this fence here, bashing with a hard edge. But he's really a great guy you want to have a meal with, and it doesn't seem that's not going to work. So they're going to have to pick. Right now, he cannot go back and forth.
Pick. I wonder if if what we'll see tonight from the president is he's not going to pick at all. I was speaking to someone very close to the president.
I'm ready to go on a limb. He's not going to pick.
Well, yeah, and I think he knows that he has to be optimistic, but he wants to deliver that tough message.
Yeah, look, I think he made a decision, and I think this is the case. In Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, 67% of the non-voters were Trump-like voters. His decision is not to go get anybody new but the people that look like and voted for Trump who did not vote and get them to turn out. He's not trying to build a coalition. He has a single constituency, and he thinks the hard edge is exactly how to drive them to the polls.
The question, Sarah Fagan, is that enough to win without broadening out his constituency? You sent me an interesting note earlier today suggesting that the president could do some warming up of himself in some ways by giving people permission to overlook his style.
Yeah, well, this is what I would do if I were advising him. Spend a few moments, acknowledge something wrong that you've done. It would be a huge moment in that speech because nobody expects him. He's Teflon Don. He never admits failure or mistake. He can say, "I've made some mistakes. I've gotten my tone wrong." Melania, Mrs. Trump, and the vice president have set this up. They've sort of started to joke about his Twitter feed. He could spend 4 minutes of this speech talking about that. And I think for a slice of the Republican electorate that is comfortable with his policies, likes what he does on taxes, is worried about what they see happening in some cities in the country, but they don't like him. They don't really trust him as a person. He's got to warm those people up. It's 4 or 5%, but in a close election, it could be the difference.
Yvette Simpson, all presidents get a lot of advice from a lot of different corners. I just wonder if in this case, the president has a pretty strong gut instinct about what he wants to do, and he's going to do it.
He shouldn't. It's not working for him. Let's be clear. He can't talk about the pandemic because he failed it miserably. He's not even willing to show sympathy. He's got an event that makes it that looks like there is no pandemic. He can't talk about race relations because he really does not care. I was thinking about the fact that their slogan is "Make America Great Again," and I think their slogan should be what was on the back of Melania's jacket: "I don't care, do you?" He has not been able to show the American people that he cares about them, period, because he doesn't, and you can't fake that. And what we're seeing is people standing up, mostly his family and people who work for him, saying he's a good guy, when people don't believe that. Maya Angelou said, when people show you who they are, believe them the first time. And there's a lot of Americans who already know who he is. He can't change that.
Chris, you've been saying pretty consistently that the president does have to lay out his second-term agenda tonight. He has struggled, at least in interviews, detailing what he wants to do.
He has. And listen, we've seen this before from other presidents at times. He's got to get it right tonight. That's job number one. is to get that right tonight. And by the way, I think Sarah's point is a really good one about a moment where he admits a mistake. He did that recently in an interview. He was asked, are there any tweets you've sent out that you wish you could take back and that you regret? And I was shocked to hear him say, yeah, absolutely. There are definitely a lot of them that I'd like to take back. I've never heard him say that. And if he could bring himself to say something just that.
But in private, every once in a while in private, he can make fun of himself. He can admit this. Yeah.
I've never heard him say that, though, George. Listen, in front of me, I've seen him make fun of himself, and he has the ability to do that. But I've never heard him say the thing about taking some tweets back until I heard him say it in that interview. And I think if he just said that portion tonight in front of a much larger audience, that would put a lot of people at ease. Because I'll tell you, when I'm in the supermarket, and people come up to me who know me but don't know him, 9 times out of 10 they say to me, would you please tell him to stop tweeting?
Yeah, David Muir, we do hear that all the time from voters and viewers. That's the one thing that kind of sticks out there. The president believes, and with some justification, the Twitter feed is the most powerful tool he has, but it's also turned a lot of voters off as well.
No, there's no question about it. And I think that Sarah makes a great point on this 4-minute idea. I don't even think it has to be 4 minutes. It could be 40 seconds where he acknowledges, I should maybe put the Twitter feed down.
It's not going to happen.
It's just not going to happen. He also knows, and let's give it. Go back to what Governor Christie said, though. When you said you get on that plane for the first time after endorsing, and you saw a handful of people, 5 or 6 people, and that Twitter feed is what Donald Trump elected. So he's not going to put it down. George is absolutely right.
Can I say, no, look, what is the over-under here? That you're going to take 3.5 years of hard impressions and in just 4 days whitewash it, airbrush it aside. People have a feeling about him. Those who love him, through a brick wall. Those who don't, because of the way he has rubbed them, they're not going to get 4 days, and he's not even if you try to pull it off tonight for 1 hour, which I have some doubts whether he'll stay to the teleprompter, who believes over this next 68 days he's going to stay with that strategy?
But that's not the point, though. The point that Sarah's making is it's a group, that small group, that likes his policies but doesn't like him. And if he showed a little bit of that self-effacement tonight, he might give them permission to say, okay, I can vote for the policies because he has that in him.
But Chris, we all know as for a chief executive, unlike a legislator, it is not just them representing him. They have to trust you in a way that's totally different for a legislator from a chief executive. And personality, liking somebody, that was George Bush's great strength, that people wanted to go have a beer with him. That's going to be a big deal. He turns people off as much, if not more, with that Twitter.
But this is a little different because these are tried and true Republicans who are with Donald Trump on policy 90% of the time. They're uncomfortable with his style, and they want to be there. And they are very uncomfortable with Democrats, and particularly this Democratic Party, where it has gone in the last year.
Not Biden. They like
I agree with you. They do like Biden, but they acknowledge that Biden is one person and a party that is moving quickly to the left.
The group he has to turn around right now, if you don't like Biden and you don't like Trump, you vote for Biden in overwhelming numbers. 4 years ago, if you didn't like Hillary and you didn't like Trump, you voted for Trump in overwhelming numbers.
That's why Joe Biden's low negative rating has been a real asset for Joe Biden. It's unlike Hillary's.
Got to go back to the floor. Senator Tom Cotton is coming up.
Good evening. I'm Senator Tom Cotton. A lot's changed in 4 years. Back then, we gathered in a rowdy arena. Tonight, you're probably at home, while I stand alone. Stands alone. That was the motto of my old Army unit, the 506th Infantry, the original band of brothers. From the Normandy beaches to the Iraqi desert, we fought alongside each other, but we were always prepared to stand alone. And so it is with our nation. We lead the free world, but we'll stand alone if we must to defend America. Donald Trump understands this. He puts America first. That's why America is safer now than 4 years ago. But Joe Biden would return us to a weak and dangerous past. Barack Obama's own Secretary of Defense said Joe Biden has been wrong on nearly every major national security decision over the past 4 decades. So let's compare the records of Joe Biden and Donald Trump. Joe Biden slashed defense spending again and again. President Trump rebuilt our military. and added the Space Force. Joe Biden let ISIS terrorists rampage across the Middle East. President Trump eliminated ISIS's leader and destroyed its caliphate. Joe Biden opposed the mission to kill Osama bin Laden. President Trump avenged the murder of hundreds of Americans by killing Iran's terrorist mastermind, Qasem Soleimani. Joe Biden sent pallets of cash to the Ayatollahs. President Trump ripped up the dangerous Iran nuclear deal. Joe Biden treated Israel like a nuisance. President Trump moved our embassy to Jerusalem and brokered peace deals in the Middle East. Joe Biden coddled socialist dictators in Cuba and Venezuela. President Trump fights against communism in America's backyard and around the world. And on the Communist Party of China, there is no comparison. Joe Biden aided and abetted China's rise for 50 years with terrible trade deals that closed our factories and laid off our workers. President Trump stands up to China's cheating and stealing and lying. Joe Biden allowed Chinese fentanyl to flood across our southern border. President Trump sanctioned Chinese drug dealers for poisoning our kids. Joe Biden said Chinese communists aren't even our competitor, aren't bad folks. Just months before they unleashed this plague on the world. President Trump is clear-eyed about the Chinese threat, and he is making China pay. But China's not giving up. In fact, they're rooting for Joe Biden. America's other enemies won't give up either. But Joe Biden would be as wrong and weak over the next 4 years as he has been for the last 50. We need a president who stands up for America, not one who takes a knee. A strong and proud America is a safe America, safe from our enemies and safe from war. No one who's seen the face of war desires to see it again. Too many of our fellow Americans are already honored at the hallowed grounds of Arlington. But if we want peace, we must be strong. Weakness is provocative. President Trump's strength has kept us out of war. Joe Biden won't stand up for America. Donald Trump will. So this November, let's stand with the president and vote to keep America great.
Is Marsha Mueller. This is my husband, Carl. Our daughter, Kayla, was taken as a hostage and murdered by ISIS. From a young age, Kayla was amazing. She taught herself languages, how to write music, how to play guitar. She worked with troubled youth, military veterans, and Native Americans. Everywhere Kayla went, people smiled. Kayla had a gift to be able to see the world through someone else's eyes. She became a humanitarian aid worker, and when she was helping children at an orphanage in India, Kayla wrote, "I find God in the suffering eyes reflected in mine. If this is how you are revealed to me, this is how I will forever seek you." She went to Turkey to help Syrian refugees in 2012. In August 2013, she was asked by another aid worker to cross the border into Syria to help at a hospital. On August 4th, 2013, ISIS terrorists stopped her vehicle and took her captive.
Kayla was mostly held in a 12-by-12 cell in solitary confinement. It was cold and dirty. ISIS terrorists shined bright lights in her face. They shaved her head. They beat her and tortured her. The leader of ISIS, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, raped her repeatedly. For 18 months, she endured. And we endured an agonizing back and forth between us, the Obama administration, and ISIS. We put all our faith in the government, but the government let us down. President Obama refused to meet with us until ISIS had already beheaded other Americans. To this day, we've never heard from Joe Biden. Instead, the Obama administration hid behind policy so much that we felt hopeless when they kept us from negotiating to save Kayla's life. The administration showed more concern for the terrorists in Guantanamo than the American hostages in Syria. The military prepared a rescue mission, but the White House delayed it. By the time it went forward, Kayla had been moved to another location. After 18 months of brutal torture, we learned from ISIS that Kayla had been killed. The Obama administration kept telling us they were doing everything they could, but their version of everything wasn't enough. What a difference a president makes. Under President Trump, U.S. Army Special Operators conducted a raid on al-Baghdadi's compound. After we learned that al-Baghdadi was killed, we learned something else. The operators named themselves Task Force 814 after August 14th, Kayla's birthday. And the mission was named Operation Kayla Mueller. To those soldiers, thank you. Kayla was looking down on you. The Trump team gave us empathy we never received from the Obama administration. The Obama administration said it was doing everything it could. The Trump administration is. Let me just say this, Kayla should be here. If Donald Trump had been president when Kayla was captured, she would be here today. When Kayla was a hostage, I'd go outside at night and look at the moon. I'd look at the moon and I'd promise her I'd do everything I could to get her home. Now when I see the moon, I'm reminded of my promise to her I couldn't keep.
All Kayla wanted was to make it home. We are still working to find her, and God willing, we will bring her home. Kayla was born a miracle. We were told we would never have a second child, but God gave us Kayla, and she gave herself to the world. 8 months into Kayla's captivity, another hostage was able to smuggle out a letter Kayla had written. As we read it, we could see that God was holding her in his arms. In her words, she felt tenderly cradled in free fall. She also wrote, "I have been shown in darkness light and have learned that even in prison one can be free. I am grateful. I have had many hours to think how only in your absence have I finally, at 25 years old, come to realize your place in my life. None of us could have known it would be this long, but no, I am also fighting for my side in the ways I am able, and I have a lot of fight left inside of me. I am not breaking down, and I will not give in, no matter how long it takes." Kayla taught me so many things as her mom. She's still teaching us. Carl and I support Donald Trump because of his commitment to make and keep America great, not with the power of the government, but with the passion of people like Kayla, Americans who, even in the darkest days, always have more fight left inside of them. Americans who don't just talk, they act. That was our daughter. That's President Trump. As long as we stay strong like Kayla, as long as we refuse to break, we will be great. Thank you.
I'm free to hug my family. I'm free to start over. This is the greatest day of my life. My heart is just bursting with gratitude. I want to thank President Donald John Trump.
Almost all people said that criminal justice reform would never pass, but we came together as a group, we worked across party lines, and we got it done.
I'm an example of a woman who has been given a second chance in life. God bless you, and God bless America.
Good evening. I'm Alice Marie Johnson. I was once told that the only only way I would ever be reunited with my family would be as a corpse. But by the grace of God and the compassion of President Donald John Trump, I stand before you tonight, and I assure you, I'm not a ghost. I am alive, I am well, and most importantly, I am free. In 1996, I began serving time in prison, life plus 25 years. I had never been in trouble. I was a first-time nonviolent offender. What I did was wrong. I made decisions that I regret. Some say, you do the crime, you do the time. However, that time should be fair and just. We've all made mistakes. None of us want to be defined forever based on our worst decision. While in prison, I became a playwright, a mentor, a certified hospice volunteer, an ordained minister, and received the Special Olympics Event Coordinator of the Year award for my work with disabled women. Because the only thing worse than unjustly imprisoning my body is trying to imprison my mind. My transformation was described as extraordinary. Truth is, there are thousands of people just like me who deserve the opportunity to come home. I never stopped fighting for my freedom. My Christian faith and the prayers of so many kept hope alive. When President Trump heard about me, about the injustice of my story, he saw me as a person. He had compassion, and he acted. Free in body thanks to President Trump, but free in mind thanks to the Almighty God. I couldn't believe it. I always remembered that God knew my name, even in my darkest hour, but I never thought a president would. When I was released on June 6, 2018, I ran across that road and hugged my grandchildren for the first time. I'll never forget that feeling. And then I remembered the promise I had made to the men and women I left behind, that I would never stop fighting for them, and I haven't. I'm using my voice to tell their stories, and I pray that my face reminds you of those forgotten faces. 6 months after President Trump granted me a second chance, he signed the First Step Act into law. It was real justice reform, and it brought joy, hope, and freedom to thousands of well-deserving people. I hollered, hallelujah! My faith in justice and mercy was rewarded. Imagine getting to hug your loved ones again, and to think this first step meant so much to so many. I can't wait because we're just getting started. The nearly 22 years I spent in prison were not wasted. God had a purpose and a plan for my life. I was not delayed or denied. I was destined for such a time as this. I pray that you will not just hear this message, but that you will be inspired by my story, and your compassion will lead you to take action for those who are forgotten. That's what our president, Donald Trump, did for me. And for that, I will be forever grateful. God bless you. God bless President Trump. And God bless America. Thank you.
Let me speak, ancestors of the great warrior Mulan, the loyal, the brave, the true.
For my family, reason I breathe, and everything to lose.
I left home to take my father's place.
loyal became a soldier. The soldier became a leader. And the leader became a legend.
I'm Hua Mulan. I will never give up.
Disney's Mulan, rated PG-13, streaming September 4th, directed by Nikki Caro. New single, Loyal, Brave, True, performed by Christina Aguilera. Movie available to Disney Plus subscribers who unlock Premier Access.
This is an ABC News special.
We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again.
Moments from now, President Trump tells America why he deserves 4 more years. Live from New York City and across the country, the Republican National Convention. Now reporting, Chief Anchor George Stephanopoulos.
Good evening and welcome to our special coverage of the 4th and final night of the Republican Convention. Tonight, President Trump will become the first president since FDR to accept his party's nomination from the White House and ask the country for 4 more years. 4 years ago, the setting, a convention center in Cleveland. Trump appeared dramatically from the dark, warned of a dangerous moment of crisis for our nation. He described an America beset by crime and violence, an economy plagued by poverty and unemployment, a political system riddled with corruption, and declared, "I alone can fix it." 4 years later, another moment of crisis in America. The COVID pandemic has claimed more than 180,000 lives, cost millions of Americans their jobs. Protests against police shootings of black Americans have brought millions into our streets, sparked an often violent response. And tonight, the president will declare he needs 4 more years to fix it. John Carl is at the White House. And John, when FDR spoke to his convention in 1940, he was alone in the White House residence, President Trump on the South Lawn before an invited crowd of almost 2,000.
George, we have never seen anything like this. For generations, White House staffers, Democrat and Republican, have been told it is unethical, if not illegal, to engage in overt campaign politics from the White House. And we see here the South Lawn of the White House transformed into a national political convention. As for the speech, I am told it will be long and it will be hard-hitting, including the harshest attacks on Joe Biden that we have seen during this convention. And George, that is really saying something.
That will be coming up about 10:30 tonight. Ivanka Trump will be introducing the president first. Mary Bruce also on the South Lawn. Also a big crowd of protesters outside the White House gates.
George, we are seeing this remarkable split screen, 2 very different visions of America playing out on opposite sides of the White House tonight as the president gets ready to make his case here before this packed crowd for another 4 years. On the other side of the White House, hundreds of protesters are marching, demanding change, demanding racial justice. They are calling for the president to finally say something about the shooting of Jacob Blake. They are demanding leaders who will finally address the root causes of the unrest we are seeing across the country. Many of them chanting simply, "Trump, Pence out now." George, we can hear some of those chants here on the other side of the White House, even through the very loud convention programming. It's hard to imagine the president can't hear them as well.
We will see if he will react tonight. First, as I said, Ivanka Trump will introduce the president. She introduced him in his announcement. She introduced him at the convention 4 years ago. Ivanka Trump will speak right now.
Will flourish. Our flag will fly high. Our country will soar. And we will make America great again.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ivanka Trump.
Good evening. Before I begin, I want to send a special message to everyone who's been affected by Hurricane Laura. Our hearts are with you. The President will continue to support you every step of the way. And just like Americans always do, the nation will come together to help you rebuild your homes, businesses, and communities stronger and more resilient than ever before. Four years ago, I introduced to you a builder, an entrepreneur, an outsider, and the people's nominee for President of the United States. Tonight, I stand before you as the proud daughter of the people's president. He is our commander-in-chief, champion of the American worker, defender of common sense, and our voice for the forgotten men and women of this country. He is our president and my father, Donald J. Trump. This evening, I want to tell you about the leader I know and the moments I wish every American could see. I want to tell you the story of a president who is fighting for you from dawn to midnight, when the cameras have left, the microphones are off, and the decisions really count. When Jared and I moved with our 3 young children to Washington, we didn't exactly know what we were in for, but our kids loved it from the start. My son Joseph promptly built Grandpa a Lego replica of the White House. The president still displays it on the mantle in the Oval Office right over there so that he can show world leaders, just so they know he has the greatest grandchildren on earth. I agree. Over the last 4 years, we've learned a lot. I've seen in Washington it's easy for politicians to survive if they silence their convictions and skip the hard fights. I couldn't believe so many politicians actually prefer to complain about a problem rather than fix it. I was shocked to see people leave major challenges unsolved so they can blame the other side, campaign on the same issue in the next election. But Donald Trump did not come to Washington to win praise from the Beltway elites. Donald Trump came to Washington for one reason, and one reason alone: to make America great again. My father has strong convictions. He knows what he believes, and he says what he thinks. Whether you agree with him or not, you always know where he stands. I recognize that my dad's communication style is not to everyone's taste, and I know that his tweets can feel a bit unfiltered. But the results speak for themselves. He is so unapologetic about his beliefs that he has caused me and countless Americans to take a hard look at our own convictions and ask ourselves, what do we stand for? What kind of America do we want to leave for our children? I am more certain than ever before we want a future where our kids can believe in American greatness. We want a society where every child can live in a safe community and go to a great school of their choice. We want a culture where differences of opinion and debate are encouraged, not canceled, where law enforcement is respected, where our country's rich diversity is celebrated, and where people of all backgrounds, races, genders, and creeds have the chance to achieve their God-given potential. This is the future my father is working to build each and every day. Building, after all, is what he's done his whole life. He has admired and befriended construction workers on countless job sites. But it has been a new and profound experience for him and for me to see these stoic machinists and steelworkers come to him with a tear in their eye and thank him for being the only person willing to go to the mat for them, for their jobs, for their families, and for their futures. To the hardworking men and women across America and here tonight, you are the reason my father fights with all of his heart and all of his might. You are the reason he ran for president in the first place, and you are the reason he is going to keep fighting for 4 more years. I remember one evening in early February of 2018, we were in the Oval Office with my father's top economic advisors, and the president was pushing to keep the promise he made to renegotiate the bad trade deals that had gutted millions of middle-class jobs. Most of his advisors argued that the economy was so strong following our historic tax and regulatory cuts that it didn't make sense to risk rocking the boat. After the meeting, as I walked with my father back towards the residence, he said, "You know, the reason this has never been done before is because our leaders haven't had the guts. When the economy is good, they settle for good, and when things are bad, they don't have the will or ability, so they kick the can until it's someone else's problem." He was right. If my father didn't take on these fights, no one would. In the months that followed, President Trump refused to settle for a good deal. He wanted a great deal, and ultimately, that is exactly what we got. I remember each time he was updated on the progress of the new trade deal with Mexico and Canada, he would say, "Don't let down those dairy farmers I met in Wisconsin. I don't want them to like this deal. I want them to love it." Today, in the midst of this unprecedented global pandemic, it's more clear than ever that our president was absolutely correct to take on trade when he did and bring our jobs, our factories, and our life-saving medicines back to the USA. As our nation endures this grave trial, I pray for the families who are mourning the loss of a loved one, for those who are battling COVID-19, and for the first responders and the healthcare heroes who remain on the front line of this fight. The grief, sorrow, and anxiety during this time is felt by all. I've been with my father, and I've seen the pain in his eyes when he receives updates on the lives that have been stolen by this plague. I have witnessed him make some of the most difficult decisions of his life. I sat with him in the Oval Office as he stopped travel to Europe. I watched him take the strongest, most inclusive economy in a lifetime, the lowest unemployment in a half century, and the highest wage increase for working families in decades, and close it down to save American lives. It is why our president rapidly mobilized the full force of government and the private sector to produce ventilators within weeks, to build the most robust testing system in the world, and to develop safe and effective treatments, and very, very soon a vaccine. My father isn't deterred by defeatist thinkers. The word impossible, well, it only motivates him. Donald Trump rejects the cynical notion that this country's greatest achievements are behind us. He believes that nothing is beyond our reach and that the best is yet to come. I have seen all of my life how my dad believes in the potential of each individual. Earlier this evening, we were all inspired by the incredible testimony of Alice Johnson, a great-grandmother who was sentenced to life in prison for a first-time nonviolent drug offense. I was with my father when he decided to commute Alice's life sentence. Together, we watched Alice leave prison after nearly 22 years. As she ran into the arms of her family and they celebrated a joyful reunion, my father got very quiet. I could see the emotion on his face. After a long silence, he looked at me and said, "Imagine how many people there are just like Alice." From that point on, he became a voice for those who had been unfairly silenced in our prison system. President Trump rectified the disparities of the 1994 Biden crime bill that disproportionately hurt African Americans. Against all odds, he brought together Republicans and Democrats and passed the most significant criminal justice reform of our generation, and we're just getting started. My father did not campaign on this issue. He tackled this injustice because he has a deep compassion for those who have been treated unfairly. More than rhetoric and political prose, the ability to build consensus and achieve bipartisan success will help heal our country's racial inequities and bring us forward together. President Trump is advancing the American values of work and family. 4 years ago in Cleveland, I said President Trump would deliver for working women. Last year, over 70% of all new jobs were secured by women. Four years ago, I told you my father would focus on making childcare affordable and accessible. In President Trump's first term, we secured the largest ever increase for childcare funding, giving more than 800,000 low-income families great childcare at a cost they can afford. As part of Republican tax cuts, in 2019 alone, our child tax credit put over $2,000 into the pockets of 40 million American families. Democrat politicians recently introduced a plan to increase the child tax credit. Yet when I was fighting less than 3 years ago at the president's direction to get Congress to double the child tax credit, not a single Democrat voted to pass the law. We got it done anyway. Four years ago, I promised that President Trump would support mothers in the workforce. In his first year in office, he signed into law the first ever national paid leave tax credit. Today, 8 million more Americans have access to this benefit. 4 years ago, I said that Americans needed an economy that permits people to rise again. During President Trump's first 3 years in office, 72% of all new jobs went to Americans who had been outside of the workforce. 4 years ago, I told you I would fight alongside my father, and 4 years later, here I am. Many of the issues my father has championed are not historically Republican priorities. Yet where Washington chooses sides, our president chooses common sense. Where politicians choose party, our president chooses people. Since the day he took the oath of office, I've watched my father take on the failed policies of the past and do what no leader has done before. Recently, he took dramatic action to cut the cost of prescription drugs, despite fielding angry calls from the CEOs of nearly every major pharmaceutical company. Now, when we see attack ads paid for by Big Pharma, my dad smiles and says to me, "You know, we're doing something really right if they're hitting us so hard." This spring, our president saw that American crops were going to waste because food supply chains were disrupted by the virus. He directed Secretary Perdue and me to find a way to get this nutritious food, fresh fruit, vegetables, meat, and dairy, to families most in need. Within a matter of days, we launched the Farmers to Family Food Box program, which has now delivered over 100 million meals into the hands of American families. To protect the most vulnerable among us, I've worked alongside the president as he signed into law 9 pieces of legislation to combat the evil of human trafficking. I've stood by my father's side at Dover Air Force Base as he's received our fallen heroes, and each time it has steeled his resolve to finally stop the endless foreign wars. To change the paradigm in the Middle East, he took a fresh approach. I heard foreign leaders beg him not to move the American embassy to Jerusalem, yet he delivered on a promise also made and unfulfilled by past presidents because my father knew that it was the right thing to do. Defying all expectations expectations, just weeks ago, he rewrote history again by making a peace agreement in the Middle East, the biggest breakthrough in a quarter century. For the first time in a long time, we have a president who has called out Washington's hypocrisy, and they hate him for it. Dad, people attack you for being unconventional, but I love you for being real, and I respect you for being effective. Our president refuses to surrender his beliefs to score point with the political elite. To my father, you are the elite. You are the only people he cares about scoring points with. If these problems were easy to solve, previous presidents would have done so. But you don't achieve different results by doing things the same way. Washington has not changed Donald Trump. Donald Trump has changed Washington. America doesn't need another empty vessel who will do whatever the media and the fringe of his party demands. Now more than ever, America needs 4 more years of a warrior in the White House. Tonight, I could not be more proud to introduce my father, a man I know was made for this moment in history. My fellow Americans, our First Lady and the 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
And there he appears on the balcony, along with the First Lady, getting ready for his speech after Ivanka does what she's done for him so often, tried to soften some of the rough edges, talk about those unfiltered tweets. Now that line, Washington has not changed Donald Trump. Donald Trump has changed Washington. In fact, the president gave an interview to the New York Times today where he struggled to think about how he's changed in the office. He finally said that it has actually made him more circumspect. Expecting to see a vintage Donald Trump speech right now, more than an hour long, we're told. David Muir, striking to see in that crowd. We're told that everybody was given a mask, but very few wearing them. And one of the few I saw was the Secretary of Health and Human Services, Alex Azar.
There are a few masks in the crowd. When you see the high-up shot, you can see the chairs fairly close to one another. But this also is part of this unconventional president, sending a message that even during this pandemic, he's going to invite 2,000 people for this speech, and he's going to invite them to the South Lawn of the White House, George.
Up to the podium now. President basking in this moment. Mary Bruce, can you hear the protest now, or is it being drowned out by the music and the cheers?
As often happens in President Trump's events, the music is blasting now. It is pretty hard to make them out, but I will say we were able to hear them throughout Ivanka Trump's remarks. Now, though, with that music blasting, they are being drowned out, and I suspect they may crank up the volume a little bit throughout this speech as well, George.
Lindsay Davis, this is not the convention the president wanted. He wanted to be in Charlotte and he wanted to be in Jacksonville, but he's made the White House work.
Sure, but he does have the crowd that he likes there. 1,900 seats, just about all of them filled up. You look there and you say, what pandemic?
President taking his time. He will now take the podium. Let's listen.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Friends, delegates, and distinguished guests, please. I stand before you tonight, honored by your support, proud of the extraordinary progress we have made together over the last 4 incredible years, and brimming with confidence in the bright future we will build for America over the next 4 years. We begin this evening. Our thoughts are with the wonderful people who have just come through the wrath of Hurricane Laura. We are working closely with state and local officials in Texas, Louisiana, Arkansas, Mississippi, sparing no effort to save lives. While the hurricane was fierce, one of the strongest to make landfall in 150 years, the casualties and damage were far less than thought possible only 24 hours ago. And this is due to the great work of FEMA, law enforcement, and the individual states. I will be going this weekend, and congratulations, thank you for that great job out there. We really appreciate it. We are one national family, and we will always protect, love, and care for each other. Here tonight are the people who have made my journey possible and filled my life with so much joy. For her incredible service to our nation and its children, I want to thank our magnificent First Lady. I also want to thank my amazing daughter, Ivanka, for that introduction, and to all of my children. Ivanka, please stand up. Great job. And to all of my children and grandchildren, I love you more than words can express. I know my brother Robert is looking down on us right now from heaven. He was a great brother and was very proud of the job we are all doing. Thank you. We love you, Robert. Let us also take a moment to show our profound appreciation for a man who has always fought by our side and stood up for our values, a man of deep faith and steadfast conviction, our Vice President Mike Pence. And Mike is joined by his beloved wife, a teacher, and military mom, Karen Pence. Thank you, Karen. My fellow Americans, tonight, with a heart full of gratitude and boundless optimism, I profoundly accept this nomination for President of the United States. The Republican Party, the party of Abraham Lincoln, goes forward united, determined, and ready to welcome millions of Democrats, independents, and anyone who believes in the greatness of America and the righteous heart of the American people. In a new term as president, we will again build the greatest economy in history, quickly returning to full employment, soaring incomes, and record prosperity. We will defend America against all threats and protect America against all dangers. We will lead America into new frontiers of ambition and discovery, and we will reach for new heights of national achievement. We will rekindle new faith in our values, new pride in our history, and a new spirit of unity that can only be realized through love for our great country. Because we understand that America is not a land cloaked in darkness. America is the torch that enlightens the entire world. Gathered here at our beautiful and majestic White House, known all over the world as the People's House, we cannot help but marvel at the miracle that is our great American story. This has been the home of larger-than-life figures like Teddy Roosevelt and Andrew Jackson, who rallied Americans to bold visions of a bigger and brighter future. Within these walls lived tenacious generals like President Grant and Eisenhower, who led our soldiers in the cause of freedom. From these grounds, Thomas Jefferson sent Lewis and Clark on a daring expedition to cross a wild and uncharted continent. In the depths of a bloody civil war, President Abraham Lincoln looked out these very windows upon a half-completed Washington Monument and asked God, in his providence, to save our nation. 2 weeks after Pearl Harbor, Franklin Delano Roosevelt welcomed Winston Churchill, and just inside, they set our people on a course to victory in the Second World War. In recent months, our nation and the entire planet has been struck by a new and powerful, invisible enemy. Like those brave Americans before us, we are meeting this challenge. We are delivering life-saving therapies and will produce a vaccine before the end of the year, or maybe even sooner. We will defeat the virus, end the pandemic, and emerge stronger than ever before. What united generations past was an unshakable confidence in America's destiny and an unbreakable faith in the American people. They knew that our country is blessed by God and has a special purpose in this world. It is that conviction that inspired the formation of our union, our westward expansion, the abolition of slavery, the passage of civil rights, the space program, and the overthrow of fascism, tyranny, and communism. This towering American spirit has prevailed over every challenge and lifted us to the summit of human endeavor. And yet, despite all of our greatness as a nation, everything we have achieved is now in danger. This is the most important election in the history of our country. Thank you. At no time before have voters faced a clearer choice between two parties, two visions, two philosophies, or two agendas. This election will decide whether we save the American dream or whether we allow a socialist agenda to demolish our cherished destiny. It will decide whether we rapidly create millions of high-paying jobs or whether we crush our industries and send millions of these jobs overseas, as has foolishly been done for many decades. Your vote will decide whether we protect law-abiding Americans or whether we give free rein to violent anarchists and agitators and criminals who threaten our citizens. And this election will decide whether we will defend the American way of life or whether we will allow a radical movement to completely dismantle and destroy it. That won't happen. At the Democrat National Convention, Joe Biden and his party repeatedly assailed America as a land of racial, economic, and social injustice. So tonight I ask you a simple question. How can the Democrat Party ask to lead our country when it spends so much time tearing down our country? In the left's backward view, they do not see America as the most free, just, and exceptional nation on earth. Instead, they see a wicked nation that must be punished for its sins. Our opponents say that redemption for you can only come from giving power to them. This is a tired anthem spoken by every repressive movement throughout history. But in this country, we don't look to career politicians for salvation. In America, we don't turn to government to restore our souls. We put our faith in Almighty God. Joe Biden is not a savior of America's soul. He is the destroyer of America's jobs, and if given the chance, he will be the destroyer of American greatness. For 47 years, Joe Biden took the donations of blue-collar workers, gave them hugs and even kisses, and told them he felt their pain. And then he flew back to Washington and voted to ship our jobs to China and many other distant lands. Joe Biden spent his entire career outsourcing their dreams and the dreams of American workers, offshoring their jobs, opening their borders, and sending their sons and daughters to fight in endless foreign wars, wars that never ended. 4 years ago, I ran for president because I could not watch this betrayal of our country any longer. I could not sit by as career politicians let other countries take advantage of us on trade, borders, foreign policy, and national defense. Our NATO partners, as an example, were very far behind in their defense payments. But at my strong urging, they agreed to pay $130 billion more a year, the first time in over 20 years that they upped their payments. And this $130 billion will ultimately go to $400 billion a year. And Secretary General Stoltenberg, who heads NATO, was amazed after watching for so many years and said that President Trump did what no one else was able to do. Thank you. From the moment I left my former life behind, and it was a good life, I have done nothing but fight for you. I did what our political establishment never expected and could never forgive, breaking the cardinal rule of Washington politics. I kept my promise. Together, we have ended the rule of the failed political class, and they are desperate to get their power back by any means necessary. You've seen that. They are angry at me because instead of putting them first, I very simply said, America first. Thank you. Days after taking office, we shocked the Washington establishment and withdrew from the last administration's job-killing Trans-Pacific Partnership. I then immediately approved the Keystone XL and Dakota Access pipelines, ended the unfair and very costly Paris Climate Accord, and secured for the first time American energy independence. We passed record-setting tax and regulation cuts at a rate nobody had ever seen before. Within 3 short years, we built the strongest economy in the history of the world. Washington insiders asked me not to stand up to China. They pleaded with me to let China continue stealing our jobs, ripping us off, and robbing our country blind. But I kept my word to the American people. We took the toughest, boldest, strongest, and hardest-hitting action against China in American history by far. They said that it would be impossible to terminate and replace NAFTA. But again, they were wrong. Earlier this year, I ended the NAFTA nightmare and signed the brand new U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement into law. And right now, auto companies and others are building their plants and factories in America, not firing their employees, and not deserting us for other countries. In perhaps no area did the Washington special interests try harder to stop us than on my policy of pro-American immigration. But I refuse to back down, and today America's borders are more secure than ever before. Thank you. We ended catch and release, stopped asylum fraud, took down human traffickers who prey on women and children, and we have deported 20,000 gang members and 500,000 criminal aliens. We have already built 300 miles of border wall, and we are adding 10 new miles every single week. The wall will soon be complete, and it is working beyond our wildest expectations. We are joined this evening by members of the Border Patrol Union, representing our country's courageous border agents. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you. Brave, brave people. You see, this country loves our law enforcement. They do. They do. They really do. Love and respect. When I learned that the Tennessee Valley Authority laid off hundreds of American workers and forced them to train their lower-paid foreign replacement, I promptly removed the chairman of the board. And now those talented American workers have been rehired and are back providing power to Georgia, Alabama, Tennessee, Kentucky, Mississippi, North Carolina, and Virginia. They have their old jobs back, and some are here with us this evening. Please stand. You went through a lot. Please stand. Thank you. Thank you very much. You've been through a lot. Thank you very much. Last month, I took on Big Pharma. You think that's easy? It's not. And signed orders that will massively lower the cost of your prescription drugs and give critically ill patients access to life-saving cures. We passed the decades-long-awaited right to try. We also passed VA accountability and VA choice. Our great veterans, we're taking care of our veterans. 91% approval rating this month, the VA, given by our veterans. First time anything like that's ever happened. By the end of my first term, we will have approved more than 300 federal judges, including 2 great new Supreme Court justices. And to bring prosperity to our forgotten inner cities, we worked hard to pass historic criminal justice reform, prison reform, opportunity zones, and long-term funding of historically black colleges and universities. And before the China virus came in, produced the best unemployment numbers for African Americans, Hispanic Americans, and Asian Americans ever recorded. And I say very modestly that I have done more for the African-American community than any president since Abraham Lincoln, our first Republican president. And I have done more in 3 years for the black community than Joe Biden has done in 47 years. And when I'm reelected, the best is yet to come. When I took office, the Middle East was in total chaos. ISIS was rampaging, Iran was on the rise, and the war in Afghanistan had no end in sight. I withdrew from the terrible one-sided Iran nuclear deal. Unlike many presidents before me, I kept my promise, recognized Israel's true capital, and moved our embassy to Jerusalem. But not only did we talk about it as a future site, we got it built. Rather than spending $1 billion on a new building as planned, we took an already owned existing building in a better location. Real estate deal, right? And opened it at a cost of less than $500,000. Many things like that government is doing right now. We also recognized Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights. And this month we achieved the first Middle East peace deal in 25 years. Thank you to UAE. Thank you to Israel. In addition, we obliterated 100% of the ISIS caliphate and killed its founder and leader, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi. Then in a separate operation, we eliminated the world's #1 terrorist by far, Qasem Soleimani. Unlike previous administrations, I have kept America out of new wars, and our troops are coming home. We have spent nearly $2.5 trillion on completely rebuilding our military, which was very badly depleted when I took office, as you know. This includes 3 separate pay raises for our great warriors. We also launched the Space Force, the first new branch of the United States military since the Air Force was created almost 75 years ago. We have spent the last 4 years reversing the damage Joe Biden inflicted over the last 47 years. Biden's record is a shameful roll call of the most catastrophic betrayals and blunders in our lifetime. He has spent his entire career on the wrong side of history. Biden voted for the NAFTA disaster, the single worst trade deal ever enacted. He supported China's entry into the World Trade Organization, one of the greatest economic disasters of all time. After those Biden calamities, the United States lost 1 in 4 manufacturing jobs. We laid off workers in Michigan, Ohio, New Hampshire, Pennsylvania, and many other states. They didn't want to hear Biden's hollow words of empathy. They wanted their jobs back. As vice president, he supported the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which would have been a death sentence for the U.S. auto industry. He backed the horrendous South Korea trade deal, which took many jobs from our country and which I've reversed and made a great deal for our country. He repeatedly supported mass amnesty for illegal immigrants. He voted for the Iraq War He opposed the mission to take out Osama bin Laden. He opposed killing Soleimani. He oversaw the rise of ISIS and cheered the rise of China as a positive development for America and the world, some positive development. That's why China supports Joe Biden and desperately wants him to win. I can tell you that upon very good information. China would own our country if Joe Biden got elected. Unlike Biden, I will hold them fully accountable for the tragedy that they caused all over the world. In recent months, our nation and the world has been hit by the once-in-a-century pandemic that China allowed to spread around the globe. They could have stopped it, but they allowed it to come out. We are grateful to be joined tonight by several of our incredible nurses and first responders. Please stand and accept our profound thanks and gratitude. Many Americans, including me, have sadly lost friends and cherished loved ones to this horrible disease. As one nation, we mourn, we grieve, and we hold in our hearts forever the memories of all of those lives that have been so tragically taken, so unnecessary. In their honor, we will unite. In their memory, we will overcome. And when the China virus hit, we launched the largest national mobilization since World War II. Invoking the Defense Production Act, we produced the world's largest supply of ventilators. Not a single American who has needed a ventilator has been denied a ventilator, which is a miracle. Good job heading the task force by our great Vice President. Thank you very much, Mark. Please stand up. We shipped hundreds of millions of masks, gloves, and gowns to our frontline healthcare workers. To protect our nation's seniors, we rushed supplies, testing kits, and personal to nursing homes. We gave everything you can possibly give, and we're still giving it because we're taking care of our senior citizens. The Army Corps of Engineers built field hospitals, and the Navy deployed our great hospital ships. We developed from scratch the largest and most advanced testing system anywhere in the world. America has tested more than every country in Europe put together, and more than every nation in the Western Hemisphere combined. Think of that. We have conducted 40 million more tests than the next closest nation, which is India. We developed a wide array of effective treatments, including a powerful antibody treatment known as convalescent plasma. You saw that on Sunday night when we announced it, that will save thousands and thousands of lives. Thanks to advances, we have pioneered the fatality rate, and you look at it and you look at the numbers, it has been reduced by 80% since April, 80%. The United States has among the lowest case fatality rates of any major country anywhere in the world. The European Union's case fatality rate is nearly 3 times higher than ours, but you don't hear that. They don't write about that. They don't want to write about that. They don't want you to know those things. Altogether, the nations of Europe have experienced a 30% greater increase in excess mortality than the United States. Think of that. We enacted the largest package of financial relief in American history. Thanks to our Paycheck Protection Program, we have saved or supported more than 50 million American jobs. That's one of the reasons that we're advancing so rapidly with our economy. Great job. As a result, we have seen the smallest economic contraction of any major Western nation, and we are recovering at a much faster rate than anybody. Over the past 3 months, we have gained over 9 million jobs, and that's a record in the history of our country. Unfortunately, from the beginning, our opponents have shown themselves capable of nothing but a partisan ability to criticize. When I took bold action to issue a travel ban on China very early indeed, Joe Biden called it hysterical and xenophobic. And then I introduced a ban on Europe very early again. If we had listened to Joe, hundreds of thousands more Americans would have died. Instead of following the science, Joe Biden wants to inflict a painful shutdown on the entire country. His shutdown would inflict unthinkable and lasting harm on our nation's children, families, and citizens of all backgrounds. The cost of the Biden shutdown would be measured in increased drug overdoses, depression, alcohol addiction, suicides, heart attacks, economic devastation, job loss, and much more. Joe Biden's plan is not a solution to the virus, but rather it's a surrender to the virus. My administration has a very different approach. To save as many lives as possible, we are focusing on the science, the facts, and the data. We are aggressively sheltering those at highest risk, especially the elderly, while allowing lower-risk Americans to safely return to work and to school. And we want to see so many of those great states be opened by Democrats. We want them to be open. They have to be open. They have to get back to work. They have to get back to work, and they have to get back to school. Most importantly, we are marshaling America's scientific genius to produce a vaccine in record time. Under Operation Warp Speed, we have 3 different vaccines in the final stage of trials. Right now, years ahead of what has been achieved before. Nobody thought it could ever be done this fast. Normally, it would be years, and we did it in a matter of a few months. We're producing them in advance so that hundreds of millions of doses will be quickly available. We will have a safe and effective vaccine this year, and together we will crush the virus. At the Democrat convention, you barely heard a word about their agenda. But that's not because they don't have one. It's because their agenda is the most extreme set of proposals ever put forward by a major party nominee. Joe Biden may claim he is an ally of the light, but when it comes to his agenda, Biden wants to keep us completely in the dark. He doesn't have a clue. He has pledged a $4 trillion tax hike on almost all American families, which will totally collapse our rapidly improving economy, and once again, record stock markets that we have right now will also collapse. That means your 401ks, that means all of the stocks that you have. On the other hand, just as I did in my first term, I will cut taxes even further for hardworking moms and dads. I will not raise taxes. I will cut them, and very substantially. And we will also provide tax credits to bring jobs out of China back to America, and we will impose tariffs on any company that leaves America to produce jobs overseas. We will make sure our companies and jobs stay in our country, as I've already been doing for quite some time, if you've noticed. Joe Biden's agenda is made in China. My agenda is made in the USA. Biden has promised to abolish the production of American oil, coal, shale, and natural gas, laying waste to the economies of Pennsylvania, Ohio, Texas, North Dakota, Oklahoma, Colorado, and New Mexico, destroying those states, absolutely destroying those states and others. Millions of jobs will be lost, and energy prices will soar. These same policies led to crippling power outages in California just last week. Everybody saw that. Tremendous power outage. Nobody's seen anything like it, but we saw that last week in California. How can Joe Biden claim to be an ally of the light when his own party can't even keep the lights on? Joe Biden's campaign has even published a 110-page policy platform. You can't get away from this. Co-authored with far-left Senator Crazy Bernie Sanders. The Biden-Bernie manifesto calls for suspending all removals of illegal aliens, implementing nationwide catch and release, and providing illegal aliens with free taxpayer-funded lawyers. Everybody gets a lawyer. Come on over to our country. Everybody has a lawyer. We have a lawyer for you. That's what we need is more lawyers. Joe Biden recently raised his hand on the debate stage and promised to your giveaway, he was going to give it away, your health care dollars to illegal immigrants, which is going to bring massive number of immigrants into our country. Massive numbers will pour into our country in order to get all of the goodies that they want to give, education, health care, everything. He also supports deadly sanctuary cities that protect criminal aliens. He promised to end national security travel bans from jihadist nations, and he pledged to increase refugee admissions by 700%. This is in the manifesto. The Biden plan would eliminate America's borders in the middle of a global pandemic, and he's even talking about taking the wall down. How about that? Biden also vowed to oppose school choice and close all charter schools, ripping away the ladder of opportunity for Black and Hispanic children. In a second term, I will expand charter schools and provide school choice to every family in America. And we will always treat our teachers with the tremendous respect that they deserve. Great people. Great, great people. Joe Biden claims he has empathy for the vulnerable, yet the party he leads supports the extreme late-term abortion of defenseless babies right up until the moment of birth. Democrat leaders talk about moral decency, but they have no problem with stopping a baby's beating heart in the 9th month of pregnancy. Democrat politicians refuse to protect innocent life, and then they lecture us about morality and saving America's soul. Tonight, we proudly declare that all children, born and unborn, have a God-given right to life. During the Democrat convention, the words "under God" were removed from the Pledge of Allegiance. Not once, but twice. We will never do that. But the fact is, this is where they're coming from. Like it or not, this is where they're coming from. If the left gains power, they will demolish the suburbs, confiscate your guns, and appoint justices who will wipe away your Second Amendment and other constitutional freedoms. Biden is a Trojan horse for socialism. If Joe Biden doesn't have the strength to stand up to wild-eyed Marxists like Bernie Sanders and his fellow radicals, and there are many, we see them all the time, it's incredible actually, then how is he ever going to stand up for you? He's not. The most dangerous aspect of the Biden platform is the attack on public safety. The Biden-Bernie manifesto calls for abolishing cash bail, immediately releasing 400,000 criminals onto the streets and into your neighborhoods. When asked if he supports cutting police funding, Joe Biden replied, yes, absolutely. When Congresswoman Ilhan Omar called the Minneapolis Police Department a cancer that is rotten to the root, Biden wouldn't disavow her support and reject her endorsement. He proudly displayed it. Shortly later on his website, displayed it in big letters. Make no mistake, if you give power to Joe Biden, the radical left will defund police departments all across America. They will pass federal legislation to reduce law enforcement nationwide. They will make every city look like Democrat-run Portland, Oregon. No one will be safe in Biden's America. My administration will always stand with the men and women of law enforcement. Every day, police officers risk their lives to keep us safe, and every year, many sacrifice their lives in the line of duty. One of these incredible Americans was Detective Miostas Familia. She was part of a team of American heroes called the NYPD, or New York's Finest, who I was very, very proud to get their endorsement just the other day. Great people, great, great people. They were allowed to do their job. You'd have no crime in New York. Rudy Giuliani knows that better than anybody. Thank you, Rudy. 3 years ago, on the 4th of July weekend, Detective Familia was on duty in her vehicle when she was ambushed just after midnight and murdered by a monster who hated her purely for wearing the badge. Detective Familia was a single mom. She recently asked for the night shift so she could spend more time with her kids. 2 years ago, I stood in front of the U.S. Capitol alongside those beautiful children and held their grandmother's hand as they mourned their terrible loss, and we honored Detective Familia's extraordinary life. It was extraordinary. Detective Familia's 3 children are with us this evening. Genesis, Peter, Delilah, we are so grateful to have you here tonight. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I promise you that we will treasure your mom in our memories forever. We must remember that the overwhelming majority of police officers in this country, and that's the overwhelming majority, are noble, courageous, and honorable. We have to give law enforcement, our police, back their power. They are afraid to act. They are afraid to lose their pension. They are afraid to lose their jobs. And by being afraid, they are not able to do the job that they so desperately want to do for you. And those who suffer most are the great people who they protect and who they want to protect at an even higher level. When there is police misconduct, the justice system must hold wrongdoers fully and completely accountable, and it will. But when we can never have a situation where things are going on as they are today, We must never allow mob rule. We can never allow mob rule. In the strongest possible terms, the Republican Party condemns the rioting, looting, arson, and violence we have seen in Democrat-run cities all, like Kenosha, Minneapolis, Portland, Chicago, and New York, and many others, Democrat-run. There is violence and danger in the streets of many Democrat-run cities throughout America. This problem could easily be fixed if they wanted to. Just call. We're ready to go in. We'll take care of your problem in a matter of hours. Just call. We have to wait for the call. It's too bad we have to, but we have to wait for the call. We must always have law and order. All federal crimes are being investigated, prosecuted, and punished to the fullest extent of the law. When the anarchists started ripping down our statues and monuments right outside, I signed an order immediately, 10 years in prison, and it was a miracle. It all stopped. No more statues. They said, that's just too long, as they looked at a statue. I think we'll rip it down. Then they said 10 years in prison. I think that's too long. Let's go home. During their convention, Joe Biden and his supporters remained completely silent about the rioters and criminals spreading mayhem in Democrat-run cities. They never even mentioned it during their entire convention, never once mentioned. Now they're starting to mention it because their poll numbers are going down like a rock in water. It's too late, Joe. In the face of left-wing anarchy and mayhem in Minneapolis, Chicago, and other cities, Joe Biden's campaign did not condemn it. They donated to it. At least 13 members of Joe Biden's campaign staff donated to a fund to bail out vandals, arsonists, anarchists, looters, and rioters from jail. Here tonight is the grieving family of retired police captain David Dorn, a 38-year veteran of the St. Louis Police Department, a great man and a highly respected man by all. In June, Captain Dorn was shot and killed as he tried to protect a store from rioters and looters, or as the Democrats would call them, peaceful protesters. They call them peaceful protesters. We're honored to be joined tonight by his wonderful wife, Ann, and beloved family members, Brian and Kaylin. To each of you, we will never forget the heroic legacy of Captain David Dorn. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you. Thank you very much. Great man. Great man. As long as I am president, we will defend the absolute right of every American citizen to live in security, dignity, and peace. If the Democrat Party wants to stand with anarchists, agitators, rioters, looters, and flag burners, that is up to them. But I, as your president, will not be a part of it. The Republican Party will remain the voice of the patriotic heroes who keep America safe and salute the American flag. Last year, over 1,000 African Americans were murdered as a result of violent crime in just 4 Democrat-run cities. The top 10 most dangerous cities in the country are run by Democrats and have been for many decades. Thousands more African Americans are victims of violent crime in these communities. Joe Biden and the left ignore these American victims. I never will. If the radical left takes power, they will apply their disastrous policies to every city, town, and suburb in America. Just imagine if the so-called peaceful demonstrators in the streets were in charge of every lever of power in the U.S. government. Just think of that. Liberal politicians claim to be concerned about the strength of American institutions. But who exactly is attacking them? Who is hiring the radical professors, judges, and prosecutors? Who is trying to abolish immigration enforcement and establish speech codes designed to muzzle dissent? In every case, the attacks on American institutions are being waged by radical left. Always remember, they are coming after me because I am fighting for you. That's what's happening. And it's been going on from before I even got elected. And remember this, they spied on my campaign and they got caught. Let's see now what happens. We must reclaim our independence from the left's repressive mandates. Americans are exhausted trying to keep up with the latest lists of approved words and phrases and the ever more restrictive political decrees. Many things have a different name now, and the rules are constantly changing. The goal of cancel culture is to make decent Americans live in fear of being fired, expelled, shamed, humiliated, and driven from society as we know it. The far left wants to coerce you into saying what you know to be false and scare you out of saying what you know to be true. It's very sad. But on November 3rd, you can send them a very thundering message they will never forget. Thank you. Thank you very much. Joe Biden is weak. He takes his marching orders from liberal hypocrites who drive their cities into the ground while fleeing far from the scene of the wreckage. These same liberals want to eliminate school choice while they enroll their children in the finest private schools in the land. They want to open our borders while living in Waldorf compounds and communities in the best neighborhoods in the world. They want to defund the police while they have armed guards for themselves. This November, we must turn the page forever on this failed political class. The fact is, I'm here. What's the name of that building? But I'll say it differently. The fact is, we're here and they're not. To me, one of the most beautiful buildings anywhere in the world, and it's not a building, it's a home as far as I'm concerned. Not even a house, it's a home. It's a wonderful place with an incredible history. But it's all because of you. Together we will write the next chapter of the great American story. Over the next 4 years, we will make America into the manufacturing superpower of the world. We will expand opportunity zones. Thank you, Tim Scott. Bring home our medical supply chains, and we will end our resilience for bad things. We will go right after China. We will not rely on them one bit. We're taking our business out of China. We are bringing it home. We want our business to come home. We will continue to reduce taxes and regulations at levels not seen before. We will create 10 million jobs in the next 10 months, and it'll be higher than that. We will hire more police, increase penalties for assaults on law enforcement, and surge federal prosecutors into high-crime communities. We will ban deadly sanctuary cities and ensure that federal health care is protected for American citizens, not for illegal aliens. We will have strong borders. And I've said for years, without borders, we don't have a country. Don't have a country. Strike down terrorists who threaten our people and keep America out of endless and costly foreign wars. We will appoint prosecutors, judges, justices who believe in enforcing the law, not enforcing their own political agenda, which is illegal. We will ensure equal justice for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. We will uphold your religious liberty and defend your Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms. And if we don't win, your Second Amendment doesn't have a chance. I can tell you that. I have totally protected it. We will protect Medicare and Social Security. We will always and very strongly protect patients with pre-existing conditions. And that is a pledge from the entire Republican Party. Thank you, Kevin. We will end surprise medical billing, require price transparency, and further reduce the cost of prescription drugs and health insurance premiums. They're coming way down. We will greatly expand energy development, continuing to remain the #1 in the world and keep America energy independent. And for those of you that still drive a car, look how low your gasoline bill is. You haven't seen that in a long time. We will win the race to 5G and build the world's best cyber and missile defense, already under construction. We will fully restore patriotic education to our schools and always protect. We will always, always protect free speech on college campuses. And we put a very big penalty in. If they do anything having to do with your free speech, colleges have to pay a tremendous, tremendous financial penalty. And again, it's amazing how open they've been lately. We will launch a new age of American ambition in space. America will land the first woman on the moon, and the United States will be the first nation to plant its beautiful flag on Mars. This is the unifying national agenda that will bring our country together. So tonight I say to all Americans, this is the most important election in the history of our country. There has never been such a difference between two parties or two individuals in ideology, philosophy, or vision than there is right now. Our opponents believe that America is a depraved nation. We want our sons and daughters to know the truth. America is the greatest and most exceptional nation in the history of the world. Our country wasn't built by cancel culture, speech codes, and soul-crushing conformity. We are not a nation of timid spirits. We are a nation of fierce, proud, and independent American patriots. We're a nation of pilgrims, pioneers, adventurers, explorers, and trailblazers who refuse to be tied down, held back, or in any way reined in. Americans have steel in their spines, grit in their souls, and fire in their hearts. There is no one like us on earth. I want every child in America to know that you are part of the most exciting and incredible adventure in human history. No matter where your family comes from, no matter your background in America, anyone can rise. With hard work, devotion, and drive, you can reach any goal and achieve every ambition. Our American ancestors sailed across the perilous ocean to build a new life on a new continent. They braved the freezing winters, crossed the raging rivers, scaled the rocky peaks, trekked the dangerous forests, and worked from dawn till dusk. These pioneers didn't have money, they didn't have fame, but they had each other. They loved their families, they loved their country, and they loved their God. When opportunity beckoned, they picked up their Bibles, packed up their belongings, climbed into their covered wagons, and set out west for the next adventure. Ranchers and miners, cowboys and sheriffs, farmers and settlers, they pressed on past the Mississippi to stake a claim in the wild frontier. Legends were born: Wyatt Earp, Annie Oakley, Davy Crockett, and Buffalo Bill. Americans built their beautiful homesteads on the open range. Soon they had churches and communities, then towns, and with time, great centers of industry and commerce. That is who they were. Americans build their future. We don't tear down our past. We are the nation that won a revolution, toppled tyranny and fascism, and delivered millions into freedom. We laid down the railroads, built the great ships, raised up the skyscrapers, revolutionized industry, and sparked a new age of scientific discovery. We set the trends in art and music, radio and film, sport and literature, and we did it all with style and confidence and flair, because that is who we are. Whenever our way of life was threatened, our heroes answered the call. From Yorktown to Gettysburg, from Normandy to Iwo Jima, American patriots raced into cannon blasts, bullets, and bayonets to rescue American liberty. They had no fear, but America didn't stop there. We looked into the sky and kept pressing onward. We built a 6 million pound rocket and launched it thousands of miles into space. We did it so that two brave patriots could stand tall and salute our wondrous American flag planted on the face of the moon. For America, nothing is impossible. Over the next 4 years, we will prove worthy of this magnificent legacy. We will reach stunning new heights, and we will show that the world, for America, there is a dream, and it is not beyond your reach. Together we are unstoppable. Together we are unbeatable, because together we are the proud citizens of the United States of America. And on November 3rd, we will make America safer. We will make America stronger, We will make America prouder, and we will make America greater than ever before. I am very, very proud to be the nominee of the Republican Party. I love you all. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much.
Clocking in at just over 70 minutes. Second longest convention-accepted speech in American history. But you can guess who had the first. It was Donald Trump in 2016. That was 76 minutes. Just about everything else in this convention acceptance speech is different and unusual. The setting, first of all, as we see fireworks now by the Washington Monument, the setting, the White House. It is known as the People's House. Tonight, President Trump reveled in the fact that we, speaking of his supporters, are there, and they, his opponents, are not. Opened up with a lot of optimism, said he was brimming with confidence in the bright future we're building for America. Closed with optimism as well, saying nothing is impossible. In between, something of a mix between a State of the Union and a rally stump speech. So you see 2020 right there. Donald Trump mentioned Joe Biden 41 times, at least 41 times in his speech. The previous record was set by George H.W. Bush in 1992. There were 8. Joe Biden last week did not mention Donald Trump's name. And it was filled with harsh attacks, also the president saying he kept his promises, and a litany of what he wanted to do in a second term. Chris Christie, what worked, what didn't?
I think the contrast that he set up with Biden on the issues worked. He tried to set a very clear picture on what America would look like under him versus what America would look like under Joe Biden. I would have done away with some of the State of the Union stuff, the backward-looking stuff. I don't think really did anything for him tonight. But that contrast between he and Biden, I think, sets the stage for the next 67 days.
Rob and Manny, what is Biden going to have to respond to from tonight?
Well, first of all, say the truth about what happened to this country and still happening under COVID. They are trying to push COVID to the rearview mirror and try to replace it with crime and safety. And COVID is where he gets his worst scores, and American people know of all stripes, all partisanship, what has happened to the United States, and he failed under that. And nobody can run for re-election as a failure. And I think, let me say this is not Morning in America again, which is what Reagan ran on. This is not building a bridge to the 21st century, which Bill Clinton ran on in '96. This was, in my view, out of ideas and therefore out of time. I do agree with Chris that the best part of the speech was the contrast, but it was so dark and stressful that there's no hope in that message.
David Muir, there's going to be a lot of fact-checking going on for the speech from his opponents and from independent fact-checkers. There was one line that he took directly from your interview with Joe Biden, but basically twisted what Biden said into something he didn't say.
Yeah, this is a blueprint, I think, from President Trump tonight. He essentially signposted how he's going to go after Joe Biden and defend himself on his handling of the pandemic. But George, what you're talking about is this particular line here. The president tonight said Joe Biden wants to inflict a painful shutdown on the entire country. A shutdown would inflict unthinkable and lasting harm on children, families, citizens. He went on to say the cost of a Biden shutdown, and then he measured it in multiple different ways. I wanted to go back to my interview. We pulled the transcript just to make sure people at home know that we're reading exactly what was said. You know, I'd asked Joe Biden if he were elected and coronavirus combined with flu, and of course scientists have said that's a real possibility. I asked him, would he be prepared to shut down the country again? This is what Joe Biden said. I would be prepared to do whatever it takes to save lives because we cannot get the country moving forward until we control the virus. And then he pointed out, he said, that's the fundamental flaw of this administration, the Trump administration's thinking to begin with. In order to keep the country running and moving and the economy growing and people employed, you have to fix the virus. You have to deal with the virus. That's when I pressed and said, so if the scientists say shut it down, he said, I would shut it down. I would listen to the scientists. He was trying to draw a line there between science and what he believes has been a failure on the part of the Trump administration in doing so. But President Trump made it clear tonight he's going to label this now the Biden shutdown.
Right, and the president said instead of following science, when in fact what Biden told you he would follow the science. Lindsay Davis, the president repeated one of his favorite lines then. Look at those fireworks right there. That he's done more for black Americans than any president since Abraham Lincoln.
Right, just for some perspective in context there. Under Lyndon B. Johnson, blacks got the right to vote. FDR passed labor laws that banned discriminatory practices in the workplace. Under Truman, armed forces were desegregated. Household median income for blacks was actually higher before President Trump took office.
Yvette Simpson, one of the other things we heard tonight, the president spoke of police officers killed in the line of duty. He did not mention black Americans who had been killed or shot by police officers.
Again, a major outage, which we will weigh against his claim that he's done so much for black people. I will tell you what he has done, though. He has fueled one of the most significant civil rights movements that we've seen since the 60s, probably one of the biggest global movements ever. He's amplified systemic racism in this country, and for that, I say thank you.
Sarah Fagan, we're seeing this spectacle there on the in Washington, all across the mall. That is a massive firework display right there, set off by President Trump. And this was clearly a Donald Trump production.
It was unquestionably the greatest Donald Trump production ever. I mean, look, I think he gave the speech that conservatives love. He gave the speech that Yvette would have liked Biden to give to progressives. Conservatives loved this speech.
John Carl?
Well, I have to say, George, there were moments of hopefulness. He did say, when I am reelected, the best is yet to come. The staging, you can hear the fireworks right here, was really quite incredible, possibly illegal in terms of the use of government property for such an overt political event. But darkness, George. He said China would own the United States if Biden is elected, that Biden would abolish the suburbs, that he would destroy the American dream. And I have to say, it's also one of the longest and lowest energy speeches that I have seen the president give.
Yeah, the Biden campaign is there. We see the entire Trump family up there. Biden campaign is calling it low energy, perhaps to taunt the president. Terry Moran, he did say that China wanted to elect Joe Biden. He was referring, of course, to those intelligence reports about foreign interference. He did not mention that those same intelligence reports suggested that Russia wants to see him win.
Yeah, there's going to be a ton of foreign interference in this election, and there's so many ways in. I think the most impressive thing about this speech, which did go on for a long time, and he did seem to run out of steam, is this backdrop and his statement. We're here and they're not. The people's house, he believes he's living there, but he's also essentially claiming it almost as a matter of right. It is a new kind of politics in America.
And Mary Bruce, outside those gates, the protesters chanted all through the speech, and the Biden campaign was actively responding for all 70 minutes.
Yeah, George, even before the president started speaking, the Biden campaign was fighting back as the president leans into this law and order message and argues that Americans would be less safe if Biden is president. Biden has been saying, look, everything that is happening right now is happening under Donald Trump's America. Joe Biden taking a page out of Trump's playbook, live tweeting throughout the speech, saying, quote, remember, every example of violence Donald Trump decries has happened under his watch, under his leadership, during his presidency. George.
Okay, and that is going to do it for us tonight as the celebration continues there at the White House for Donald Trump. We're going to return to our regular programming. For many of you, that is late local news, also Nightline coming up, and I'll see you tomorrow on GMA.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any place else. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir.
We have made it through another week together.
America's most watched program across all of television. How do you survive true terror?
Officials now confirming a teenager
attacked by a shark.
This huge shark, and it had this black eye, and I just started to hit it. And I remember thinking, you can't have her.
My name is Paige Winter, and I'm 17.
1 year with one extraordinary teen.
Being 17 is difficult anyway. Being 17 and getting your leg bitten off by a shark. She's going through it all.
Now, be there as Paige steps back into that water. The Robin Roberts Event Special, Thursday night, September 10th on ABC.
Now could be a good time to have another baby.
Are you crazy?
I'm in love with you.
Now that I said it out loud, it does sound weird.
Please stop.
When I see
you were so fine, I had to remind myself to breathe.
feel something when I see you.
Let's do this.
How's your quarantine going?
I am so excited to be the new host of Dancing with the Stars. Monday, September 14th, we'll be back in the ballroom live. It's going to be 10! And you will not believe who's dancing this season.
Dancing returns September 14th on ABC.
Italians, they're the past. We're the future.
We're the damn Roman Empire.
Hey!
Well, for years.
What are they? Decorative?
We're warning to the other rats. Are we good?
You tell me.
This is America, sir. Last time I checked, not Soviet Russia.
Fargo, September 27th on FX. Next day, FX on Hulu.
What's the most innovative daily news podcast out there to listen to every day? Well, the Edward R. Murrow Awards say it's Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. Even the New York Times calls us a top news podcast worth listening to. So if you like getting behind the biggest news stories of the day, inside all the details, the backstory, and what will happen next, then listen to Start Here, the daily news podcast from ABC News. It's like no other news podcast out there. Even the critics agree. Listen free on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome to Disney Plus. Are you ready? Drop in and explore. The action, the adventure, and the originals. There's no limit to what you'll find. These are your worlds. So come on, dive deeper into the universes you love. Wherever and whenever you want them, you'll find them all here on Disney Plus.
Savage Kingdom. New episodes Fridays at 9 on National Geographic.
Good evening, everyone. We are joined now by Chris Christie, the former governor of New Jersey, Rahm Emanuel, former mayor of Chicago, ABC News contributor Yvette Simpson, and Republican strategist Sarah Fagan. Just a little while ago, President Trump gave his acceptance speech for the nomination. Governor Christie, earlier this week, you said, I think you said it again tonight, what he had to do was deliver on specifically what he plans to do in his second term. Did he do it?
He did it pretty well, especially at the end of the speech. He did go through a laundry list of things that he wanted to get done in the next 4 years. I think the thing he did best tonight in the speech was the contrast of what he says is his vision for America and Joe Biden's vision for America. That's what he's got to get it down to. He's got to get it down to a binary choice between those two visions. If it's a referendum on the incumbent president, he will lose. If it's a binary choice, then we have a ball game.
Rahm, what's your reaction to the president's speech?
Well, I think, first of all, I think he ran out of time, ran out of ideas, ran out of gas, and I don't think it actually accomplished the goal. It's not going to be a morning in America like Ronald Reagan and Bill Clinton. That was one model, morning in America, building a bridge to the 21st century, a very optimistic picture. The other model is the Bush 43 and Barack Obama model, which is make this a choice. I think the choice that he talked about, the problem with the argument is everything he's talking about Joe Biden is happening on his watch, and I think that's where it falls apart. I still think also his major challenge here is that COVID is such a dominant factor in people's life. He is trying to push it to the side, and it's not going to work. I will say this, Sarah and I were just talking on one side note, and I just want to, this is therapy, so I want to thank you for this.
Get it out, get it out.
We both worked at the White House. I worked for 2 different presidents. We worked there. This was, you knew when you drove through the gates, there was a chill when you worked there. This was something special. Yes, it is the peaceful. It was. And this was a debasing of the White House. That South Lawn is where Yasser Arafat, Yitzhak Rabin signed a peace agreement. The South Lawn is a cherished area. The White House grounds are cherished. And I don't think this this could have been done at an air hangar on a campaign rally on a stop in the last week of a campaign. And to take the South Lawn, the White House as a fixture and say this is the people's house and I'm here and you're not, tells you something about a value system that I think is wrong. And I'm hoping we actually return to something. Even while we were partisans, we knew we were for America, and this was not that. I feel better. Thank you for that.
Thank you for sharing that with us, Ram. Now, the president and the speakers this week have all said that the only way the economy can get back to where we were pre-COVID is to re-elect him. Sarah, do you think that he made a convincing case?
I think he made a very strong case on his success as a leader in a strong economy. He went back to that. He talked about goals in the second term, creating 10 million jobs, putting more women back in the workforce, putting a woman on the moon for the first time. He had some big ambitions. In terms of what I loved about the speech, I thought he made the case against Joe Biden. What I didn't like about the speech is I think he spent too much time making the case against Joe Biden. He had a whole litany of speakers before him who did that. I could have used more on the next agenda.
Now, Trump doubled down on his law and order messaging tonight, talking about the ongoing racial unrest in American cities, placing most of the blame on Democratic leaders. Governor Christie, do you think that this line of attack is fair?
Well, listen, I think that what he's looking at, and I said this back in Minnesota, I think that the inaction by the governor of Minnesota, the fact that he was AWOL after the George Floyd murder, set a chain of events into motion that could have been contained then and was not. And I believe the same thing about Portland. Now, I've seen very effective Democratic mayors in major cities on issues of crime. And I've seen Republican mayors who've been ineffective. I don't think it's a matter of partisanship. I think it's a matter of effectiveness. And I think the governor of Minnesota failed his state and failed the country in Minnesota, and I said so at the time. I think the leadership in Portland, both the mayor and the governor of Oregon, failed their states and our country as well. But I don't think it's an issue of partisanship. I think it's an issue of effectiveness. And when people are ineffective leaders, regardless of their party affiliation, they should be called out on it. And that's what we should be focusing on.
Yvette, there was a lot of will he or won't he say the name Jacob Blake. He did not in the end. What message does that send to voters?
That black lives don't matter to him. I don't care what he says about being the greatest president to black people ever. He's not. One, because he has not recognized the fact that COVID has hit black Americans, both from a health perspective and a financial perspective, more than any other demographic. Say that. He also cannot recognize that this man was shot in the back 7 times by an officer in front of his children, and he says he cares about people. He cannot say the word Black Lives Matter. We don't believe him. I think the big thing I want to also highlight, Lindsay, is, we see the same thing from Donald Trump. Lies, blame, he fuels division, and he speaks with hyperbole, and we got a lot of that tonight. He is the most lying president ever. Over 20,000 documented misleading claims since he's been president, thousands of them in the midst of the COVID crisis. I also just want to call out the disrespect of having an event like that in the midst of COVID, no social distancing, no masks, saying to the rest of the world, guess what? You got to live your life this way. This isn't real to me.
Joe Biden said today that this is all happening in Donald Trump's America. Do you think that that line of attack is going to work, Governor?
I think, that's what Joe Biden, if I were him, that's what I would do. I mean, when you're the incumbent, and I've been an incumbent, Rom's been an incumbent, the good things that happen on your watch you get credit for, and the bad things that happen on your watch you typically get blamed for. That's why, again, I think that Trump's task is to say, what are you going to do the next 4 years? And I do think that the use of the agreement he signs with Senator Sanders, and all that goes along with it will be a really deep well of places for Donald Trump to be able to draw that contrast. And so I do think that Joe Biden would do it. If I were in Joe Biden's position, I would do it myself. Whether it'll be effective or not goes back to the core question that I'm raising about the whole campaign. What will it be? If Joe Biden's successful, then it's a referendum on the president in his first 4 years, and that means Joe Biden will win. If it's a binary choice between two visions for America, then Donald Trump has a very good chance of winning that election.
Well, I was just going to say, one of the things I was really struck by during the entire speech was the backdrop of sirens. Now, I don't know what the sirens were for, if it was for the protests, if it was for blockades around the White House, but you could hear them. They were subtle. And it really stuck with me. I'm thinking, on one hand, the president's defending law enforcement, and I like a lot of what he said, and I think most Americans agree with what he said. He did call for law enforcement that abuses their power to be prosecuted. I thought that was an important point and something he should have said. He did not talk about the racial unrest. People who weren't for Donald Trump, who heard that speech and picked up that subtlety, were thinking something very different. Again, we have two sides in America, and they heard something very different in the backdrop of this speech.
Last word to you, Ram. You can respond to that, but also just want to pivot also to what Joe Biden needs to do now.
Joe, continue to make the case that this is if you're happy with the way things are going, you're going to vote with stay the course. There is nothing on either the economy, race relations, COVID public health that says let's do what we're doing today is working. This is a referendum on the president in his 4 years. I don't think he's actually defended those 4 years, and I do exactly what Joe Biden's to take the case to the American people that this guy needs to be fired because he has failed on the #1 goal of keeping you safe on your health or your security.
And that will be the last word from our political roundtable. Thank you so much for staying late with us for the last 2 weeks. We're going to miss you. We appreciate the wit and the wisdom. We'll be right back with a final note.
Hello.
We got this.
I'm supposed to defend the world?
Don't hit my friends.
People have no idea how much goes on behind the scenes here.
You gotta remember where you're from and who you are.
Pretty cool, right?
Yeah.
It is my duty to protect my family.
This is an ABC News special. Live from New York City and across the country, the Republican National Convention. Now reporting, Chief Anchor George Stephanopoulos.
Good evening. Welcome to our continuing coverage of the final night of the Republican National Convention. We want to go straight to the virtual floor. Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell is speaking.
Of Americans who couldn't promise their children a better life than their own. He's made it his mission of this administration to change that. I know because I work beside him every day. Today's Democrat Party doesn't want to improve life for middle America. They prefer that all of us in flyover country keep quiet and let them decide how we should live our lives. They want to tell you when you can go to work, when your kids can go to school. They want to tax your job out of existence and then send you a government check for unemployment. They want to tell you what kind of car you can drive, what sources of information are credible, and even how many hamburgers you can eat. They want to defund the police and take away your Second Amendment rights. They want free health care for illegal immigrants, yet they offer no protection at all for unborn Americans. They want to pack the Supreme Court with liberals intent on eroding our constitutional rights. And they want to codify all this by making the swamp itself, Washington, D.C., America's 51st state. With 2 more liberal senators, we cannot undo the damage they've done. Now you understand why Democrats spent an entire week telling us about who Joe Biden is, not what he intends to do. I'm immensely proud of the work the Republican Senate has done. We are the firewall against Nancy Pelosi's agenda. Like President Trump, we won't be bullied by a liberal media intent on destroying America's institutions. We will stand our post on behalf of the millions of Americans whose stories aren't told in today's newspapers, whose struggles are just as real. We'll continue to support American families as we defeat the coronavirus and return our economy to the envy of the world. The stakes have never been higher, which is why I'm asking you to support Republican Senate candidates across the country and re-elect